been practicing basic breathing techniques for a year and a half. Yeah, I wonder how much that would even work for me. God, it's actually moving down. That's wild. So we are diving into the year 430 for Longdeath. Year 430. It's been a long fortress. All right, so there's 33 dwarves in the fort currently, and the named dwarves are Dragon, Volleyball, Tygo, Anonymo, Letharticus, Anthony, Malden, Disco, Havoc, Diamond Destruct, Ayer, Aquafunkalistic, Booty Wap, Pilot, Cannon Fodder, Mist, Lilim Katsu, Zindros, Bloodcat 17, Hoshan, The Skoid, Rory, Stone, Paranoid Metroid, Arch, Hops, Deadless, Nyako, Jimmy Tibby, Fight Attack, Lamond, Genrayon, NetJam Jr., Mr. Mac, Poimu, Navy, and of course, Rana, who wants to attend a meeting currently and is doing just that. They're just doing it for general good health? Yeah. Do what you gotta do, right? Farana seems to be the only dwarf that really needs me to pay attention to them. You're a bard, yes, because you didn't want to do anything else. You want to spend time around family, you want to socialize, and you seem to be unhappy with everything. What year is it? 2022, my friend. It is the year 430, meaning the fortress is 425 years old. We've already traded with the dwarves. We have successfully built a rather sizable zoo. It's got minotaurs, it's got ettins, it's got cyclopses, it's got other cyclopses, it's got giant, it's got other giant, it's got giantess. A bard needs extra attention. Well, it basically forces them to prioritize socializing in the tavern, right? Except that particular bard, I think, is a bard in a temple. But mostly dwarves are putting stuff away, and we're just going to kind of let them do that for a little bit. But bards basically are like employed at a particular location, right? So it forces them into that location more often, and it makes them prioritize things like socializing with people in that location instead of, or hanging out and making friends with people in that location, instead of prioritizing them to, you know, go elsewhere in the fort and put stuff away or brew drinks or whatever. So if you need somebody who desperately needs to socialize, and that dwarf just seems like they need to socialize, it'll hopefully give them the opportunity to come to a little bit, but we'll see. I'm just gonna keep shifting their jobs around until we figure out something that works for them. So currently it's making them into a bard. It worked for Navy, making him into a bard. Always wanted to socialize and wanted to help others, and wasn't happy with anything that I let him do, so I made him into a full-time bard for a little bit, and he got weirdly happy. And so I'm gonna try and do the same. I'm trying to do the same thing with Farana now, who's a much younger dwarf. The hardest thing about DF is keeping up with the dwarves. How do you keep track of certain dwarves? There's so many. Give them a nickname. Or, like, it's something that you get better at with practice, right? So this particular fort, the population is really low because of how old it is. At peak, we had, like, 50, 60 dwarves. But generally, we sit closer to 30. But in a normal fort, like, I'll have 210 dwarves or something. Dwarves that I want to keep track of, I name, but outside of that, it's whatever makes it easier for you. If you're having trouble keeping track of your dwarves and you want to get better at it, my recommendation is always to just simply drop the number of dwarves down. Because of how like manipulatable Dwarf Fortress is, you can set the maximum number of dwarves. Let's just say you can easily maintain and keep up with 40 dwarves, right? Set your maximum number of dwarves down to 40, okay? Set your the minimum ratio for raids down to 40, and then set the number of kids your dwarves can have up to 50, so you can have 50 dwarves, assuming 10 of them are children, and 40 dwarves on top, and then just practice keeping track of them and watching them. And it is something that you get better at with time. It's like anything else, right? It's a matter of practice, and I'm pretty damn good at it now. It's like, I think for me in bigger forts, it's maybe 1 in 10 dwarves that I get to know really well, and then the rest of them are it's kind of like external characters that I don't pay as much attention to, and that's okay. Like, I don't think that you're ever going to be at a point where, like, I know every single dwarf in this fort, I know their entire backstory, I know their history, and I know what all their skills are. No, that's not going to happen. But what you are gonna, what you'll get better at over time is having several dwarves that you keep up with very closely, and they're going to kind of be the main characters, I guess, of that fort for you. And then outside of that, you like don't try and keep up with every single dwarf. Just try and keep up with certain dwarves. And like, you know, certain dwarves, like let's just say nobles are really easy to keep up with because you have to pay higher attention to them. Or dwarves that run your military squads. Or maybe you have a particular dwarf that made an artifact that resonated with you, so you give them a nickname. Maybe you have a dwarf that single-handedly killed a titan, which I had a dwarf do recently, that could have potentially killed the entire fortress had this dwarf not killed the titan, and then you name them after what the type of titan was or something, you know? Like, I had a dwarf that, killed a fire-breathing mole, that could have killed the entire fort. And so I called him Mole Digger, I think was what I called him. Anyway, like, stuff like that. Like you literally just hit V on a dwarf and hit Z and then hit Y, and then press N to customize their name. And it's just something you get better at over time. And Drew Henning, hello. It's good to see you. Good day. How's things? I need to sneeze. Speaking of breathing exercises. Well, I did. Sometimes you name dwarves what you think at the time. Oh, so like Urist the Valiant, or Mathal the Fearful kind of thing? Longdeath has changed quite a bit since you last saw it. Bits of it have. I mean, it's a slow evolution, right? It's a slow shift. It's a slow adjustment. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is like, think about it this way, right, Cosmic King? Dwarf Fortress is the original make-your-own-fun game. So whatever you can do to make the game fun for yourself is something you should be trying to do. Right? And be that getting to know every dwarf or like committing mass genocide across the lands and scorching the earth. You know, like if something helps you enjoy the game more, do that thing. Right? And for me, it's simply getting to know these individual little characters. And also something that I'm about to do, which is cleaning out my well. Because I have this well, and it's got 2 trees growing in it that I've just noticed. So we're going to go remove bits of this well, I think. Was the pig's owner because they owned a pig? Not Pig Friend? Although that would be a very cutty name. Urist, Pig's Friend. How is there a tree growing in my well? It's Dwarf Fortress. It's just like, why is there a plum tree on the side of my wall? It's like this plum tree up here. This one. Is it this one? No, that's the alder tree. This one, yeah, this plum tree has been here. It just kind of like popped up from like this one tile that I left right here. Yeah, this one tile that I left right here. Just kind of sprouted and just kind of grew out on this wall. And then every like harvest season, it dumps these plums down here. And I've set that to a gather zone, and the dwarves run over there and pick up the plums every year, which is pretty great. Yeah, I'm trying to make them less gray and brown and more interesting to look at. Paddock. But yeah, if there's dirt somewhere, things will just pop up in places. Free plums? Pretty much, yeah. No, it just started growing. I'm like, okay, all right. So that's where the majority of this fortress's plum supply has come from. So now we'll rip up that block and then pull out the thing underneath it. Also, Pilot is exceptionally depressed, but Pilot is so depressed that they have almost like stopped being depressed, which is kind of funny. Pilot is so depressed that I don't think they can get more depressed, which is seemingly a positive in this current instance. You heard me, Pilot. You just recently moved into a place with fruit trees? Food just grows on them. It's crazy. You know, it's kind of funny because I was talking to somebody I know about basil, like the plant basil, and how easy it is to reseed basil with old basil plants. And he's just like, I think that I might need to report you to the general server. And I was just like, excuse me, what? And he's just like, well, you see, I think that you've like unlocked a duping scheme on Earth, and it's gonna cause unlimited food for yourself. I'm like, that's literally gardening, sir. Like, the whole point of gardening is managing to dupe infinite foods for yourself. Item duping. I mean, item duping on Earth is literally part of the meta, right? Like, if it's almost like we exist because item duping is a thing, you know? It just takes two people to dupe a human. Wait. But, like, if you think about the way the outside admins will be notified. I mean, if you think about the way that, like, gardening works in a lot of cases, it's like, planted a lot of cilantro this year, right? Saved a lot of those seeds, and they are going to, like, be... Actually, I should make more soap. That's something I should do. Let's just... Let's just make 30 charcoal. If you think about, like, the way gardening works, it's like, I planted cilantro, right? Saved some of the seed, and I'm going to resow it next year. But I also dried a bunch of the seed, and that seed is, why am I blanking on the name of it? Cardamom, which is a spice, which is also used. So not only did I get cilantro, a bunch of cilantro that I could harvest over the summer, also got cardamom and reusable cilantro seed. So I will have more cilantro next year. And how much did it cost me? Like $1 for a bag of cilantro seed. And I have more than triple what I had at the beginning of the year, which I bought. Is cardamom difficult? Literally take cilantro, wait until it goes to seed, pick the little seed pods, put it on a tray, put it on your windowsill for like 10 days. As long as it gets like a couple hours of sunlight a day, it'll dry. And then just put it into like a, what's it called? Like just like a pepper grinder. Like I just have a little pepper mill and it's just full of cardamom. Just grind cardamom on it. Or you can just like put the seeds fresh into something. Great in pickles. $1 and some effort. $1 and a little bit of dirt. Yeah. Water it. Yeah, they're literally... Cardamom is literally cilantro seed. They are exactly the same plant. So you get cilantro and cardamom. It's sort of like how in Dwarf Fortress, you know, you can cook seeds for plants, right? So like you can have alfalfa and then also cook alfalfa seed, if you wanted to. So if you have too many of a specific kind of seed, I can be like, well, fuck all these fisherberry seeds. Let's cook those. It's like also. Now I'm looking at this because I didn't realize I had so many of a lot of things. Like fuck it, let's cook with rye seeds. Or nah, we should keep planting the rye seeds. Let's cook with quinoa seeds. You like to pickle them? Oh, you get jalapeno. Stuff does not go away. Oh, that's awesome. I used a lot of the cardamom actually to make sauerkraut, because I've made like 8 batches of sauerkraut this year with all the cabbage that I grew, and good old handful of cardamom went in each one of those. So a lot of my cardamom actually got used in that. Also, something that I think is kind of amusing, in my poll talking about tutorials, somebody referenced a certain YouTuber who made a video where they skipped the tutorial at the beginning of a game and then complained that you couldn't sneak, even though the tutorial informs you in the first tutorial thing that something that you should know how to do and do consistently is sneaking. Cardamom is a main spice of chai. This is also true, yeah. But like, another example is just like onions, right? Like you can plant onions and it makes more onions, and then you plant those same onions the year after and they make even more onions out of the onions that you made the year before. It's just like, congratulations, it's infinite onions. They turned Minecraft potatoes into a real thing. You know, I hate to break it to you, Grugs, but it's literally how potatoes work in real life. It's not they made Minecraft potatoes work in real life. That's just how potatoes work. The difference between like a good potato and seed potatoes is like, eh. And yeah, like you can just like chuck all your potatoes into a bag and leave them until the next year. And then just replant them, but seed potatoes will always do better. Hey, Coach Monster. My stream title has you excited? Yeah, it has me excited too. Me excited too. Especially considering, as of yesterday, it is now officially confirmed that Dwarf Fortress has workshop support, even though it's hidden. Change static store categories. Added categories. Screenshotted this and tweeted it and posted it on Mastodon and Reddit yesterday, and almost immediately got a DM from somebody at KitFox saying, hey, you can't see that, can you? Like, you can't see it on the Steam page, because like I saw it pop up so quickly, and they're just like, we didn't accidentally make that public, did we? I was like, no, it's still, I can't see it. Like, if you go to the Steam page and, like, you go to the community hub, like, it doesn't show up yet, but it's there. It's just hidden. One thing that I think is interesting, though, is it now shows up here. Stop data mining our data, you data mining database data miner. Blah. Anyway, yeah, that's basically it. I'm not. SteamDB is. I just simply set up push notifications for SteamDB, and turns out that's very effective. Although it's funny because they like I got a response from Alexander on Twitter almost immediately going like, oh my god, you're fast. And I think I was slow. It took me 4 hours to notice it because I was stoned and watching Kitchen Nightmares. Which is a perfectly valid reason to not notice something, okay? So, like, if DF News is late ever, it's because I'm watching Kitchen Nightmares or something else. Various dumb dramatizations or fucking reality TV. I think everybody has, like, one brand of trash TV that they enjoy. For me, it's that kind of thing. All right, so let's make ash. And then once we're done with that, we're going to make soap. I should have enough soap, but we got to make the ash first. We got the stuff, so we would see how long the stream can go on now. 24/7 might work. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! I will say you might need an extra mod or two. I'll volunteer if you need someone to boop bots, because bots will show up from time to time. We'll get it going and add some fun stuff. Hell yeah. I can't wait to witness the Gremlin for Mayor campaign being a bit more active in the social space. I would say, when are we going to make a Gremlin for Mayor like parody Twitter account and then realize maybe now's not the time. Maybe now's not the time, you know? Starting a parody Twitter account currently on Twitter is... Can I just throw out how hilarious the past few days have actually been, though? When it comes to... Comedy is now legal on Twitter, unless you're making fun of me. Followed by, I know, 2 people that were previously verified on Twitter that still have their badges because they haven't, like, had them removed yet. Who are now unable to change their usernames because they would always put live in their username because they stream. So it's like live. I now know 2 separate streamers who have verification on Twitter who are now perma-live because they can't unlive. Which is just really funny to me. I will go into a mood on the 6th and play savagely until you finish your fort or die. I mean, me? I will probably go into a mood before then, because if things work out, I will have it earlier than the 6th. But it's going to be a combination of many things. It's going to be live streams and it's going to be videos. And I'm going to need to figure out how to juggle that, because... The videos do a much better job promoting my live streams than my live streams. And that's just kind of the reality at this point, especially. I mean, a lot more people see my YouTube channel in a day than my Twitch channel. Considering how the last week's been. And, you know, a lot of people have been coming over to Twitch from YouTube, and that's been the vast majority of my promotion, and I need to keep it that way. So
support for your hard time to come.
No, it's not going to be hard. It's going to be exhausting, right? And I've done release cycles before. I've just chosen not to for a very long time, because it's like I find release cycles to be exhausting, so why just jump onto the next release cycle every single time when I could, you know, not. But thanks for the Amazon monies and the 5th month of support, Coach Monster. Chat, can I get a round of beers? But you already kind of did that. Or I'd ask for a round of beers, but you already kind of did that. But no, I mean, for right now, it's just I'm going on a vacation this weekend, a short one, to just go chill in Las Vegas with Stoned Hobo for a little bit, moderator of the stream. And then when I get back, it's going to be all guns blazing pretty much. Until then. And the reason I say that is because on the 17th, which is just over a week away, actually on the 13th is when this question submission goes live, but on the 13th, there will be a video going up announcing this officially, but TLDR, on the 17th of this month at 3 p.m. Pacific, so 3 p.m. my local time, and Tarn's local time, we're having another Bay 12 talk. So Tarn, at the very least, perhaps Zach and Tarn, if it works out again, will be joining me on stream, and we will be talking about Dwarf Fortress. So there will be a forum going up on the YouTube channel on the 13th where you can submit a question. So just keep an eye on the YouTube channel. And so we will be doing that. I'm not sure if there will be a stream on Thursday yet this week. And the reason I'm not sure is because like I said, I will be going to Las Vegas and I have a flight that day at 5 p.m. So it really depends on whether or not I want to wake up early and do like a 4-hour stream or not. And I haven't fully decided. Because I'm kind of currently just leaning on the, maybe I'll just like sleep in and then record something in the morning for YouTube. Maybe hang out on Discord for a little bit or something. I don't know. And then just pack and go. I don't like, having to do time-sensitive things around going to an airport. So, but there will be a pretty cool stream on Thursday the week after, and then the next day the VOD will go up on YouTube, and it'll be all like that. So get all your release day questions ready, I suppose. Start thinking about what you'd want to ask. There will also be links sent out to the Patreon and a scheduled tweet and all that crap as well. It's going to be midnight for you in Germany. It's around that, yeah. It's pretty, honestly, it is pretty late for a lot of people in Europe. But I go for the time slot that works best for Tarn, and that's what, like every single time we've talked about it, it's always like, yeah, Thursday at around 3 p.m. You're a night owl, so it's fine. Yeah, there you go. I mean, it'll probably be like an hour, 2 hours tops, right? And that's how long they've been traditionally. And like, staying up till 1 ain't that bad. Like I did that last night. So. It won't be that bad. Have anybody making potash? I don't. Let's put you into potash making. There we go. You have no defined work hours, best time of your life. I tend to agree with that. Just being able to work when you're able is the best way to work. But yeah, I'm kind of just gonna, I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. I'm kind of just taking it easy when it comes to content creation until I get key for Dwarf Fortress. And then at that point, like, I'm going to put away the bong for a little bit and just work. Which anybody who's seen me work around a release cycle will know what I mean. I can get stuff done if I need to. Raph, what up? It's good to see you. You can't have defined work hours if you don't have a job. Yeah, exactly. This guy gets it. Although you did tell me that you had to go to work recently, which is one of the reasons why the Gremlin for Mayor live stream couldn't run 24/7. Took a 2-hour nap today after lunch. See, now that would screw up my sleep schedule. I have a really hard time napping and not like completely destroying my sleep schedule, even if it's a short nap. Although sometimes I will just like, sometimes I will just go to bed at like 4 p.m. and wake up the next day at my normal time. Sleep schedule, what? I have a very strict medications schedule. So because I have a very strict med schedule, I have to keep a semi-functioning sleep schedule. But what's up, Whammick? So, yeah, while some people can just like completely ignore the concept of a sleep schedule, I have to be relatively cognizant of it, unfortunately. As fun as it is to meme about never sleeping and all that shit, like, yeah, I have to be very careful about that sort of stuff. Yes, I planted cilantro. I grew a lot of cilantro this past summer. See if I can find pictures on my Twitter. Need to go find some photos of my garden from like 2 months ago. Which fortunately I did plant. Ah, here it was. These are all the dried up cilantro plants when I was harvesting cardamom along the edge here, these kind of prickly things. And then those behind it are all romaine lettuce. But that was right when I harvested the last of it. That was a month ago. Scroll down a little further. I can find a better picture. Yeah, there's another picture. There's all the cardamom. Cardamom is not... Cilantro seed is coriander. That's not what I've ever called it, but you might be right. You might be right, actually. Because, like, cardamom is a thing that you grind, correct? And coriander, yeah, you are correct. I do actually have both, because I have cardamom in my pot out here, which I'm smart. I know what I'm talking about. There's some way that you can find a list of all the changes from the Steam version. Tarn is like notoriously terrible about patch notes. Yeah, cardamom is like those tiny little pods that you pop and then they have like the little seeds in them and then you grind the seeds in a mortar and pestle. But no, you are completely correct. You are completely correct. I'm also like 80% awake. But yeah, no, Tarn is like notoriously terrible. About like actually giving proper patch notes. So if you want that information, you literally just need to dig through like 2 years of devlogs. Cardamom versus coriander. Yes, it is very easy to mix words, especially because I grow both right next to each other. But yes, my brain just like flopped to. Do any Canadians care about midterms? I'm Canadian, but I haven't gone to school since 2008. 2009. That's not totally true. 2009, I think. Hey, Donborn. It's been a minute. Happy news. It's news, all right. Need to butcher some animals to make hollow, but I don't really have enough stuff to butcher right now. I guess I could butcher that buzzard. Damn humans killed all my livestock. Steam page says nothing's changed. Well, the goal of Dwarf Fortress hasn't changed. Which is true. But also, like, Another reason why we don't really have an exact statement is all that we really have is Tarn's nonsensical ramblings on the blog and not really like, here's a thing. Oh, you mean midterm is in elections, not midterms is in tests. Duh. Go vote. That's all I have to say. Also, hi, userin. Is the pauseless digging and stuff? I don't like pauseless digging, but you wish you had an election? I don't even know what the fuck's going on. Like, whenever people ask me about British politics, I just look, blink twice, and go, I don't know what the fuck's happening over there. You guys confuse me. You can pause, but you don't have to. Yes, and you know that I'm going to be pausing every single time I'm digging, right? Because, like, I like to dig out a thing and then, like, completely redesign it and then dig it out a second time. Constantly. On rapid repeat. But, you know. But yeah, when it comes to U.S. midterm elections, yeah, go fucking vote, you weirdos. Doesn't matter if you don't like the system, go vote. The system sucks, but that's your only defense. Go vote. Also, how you been, useroom? You're looking forward to December 6th? The word parliament is foreign to you? Most words are foreign to me. I didn't come up with any of them. While doing further changes? Yeah. I mean, it's fine. While you still play the free version? I mean... I don't see... There are buggier games that are more popular. That's what I'll say. DF2? I'm trying to think of something else that stands for DF2. No, it's not Dwarf Fortress 2. It's just Dwarf Fortress Premium versus Classic. They're working on it. This isn't Team Fortress. Team Fortress, yes. Very much different games. God, can we not make Dwarf Fortress 2 into a thing? Because that's not true. Especially because Dwarf Fortress is the sequel spinoff. Well, just for reference, because you said, well, you still play the free version, Useroon. Premium is going to include the free tile set. Like, if you want Premium to look like Classic, you can do that. Unless it's like you just want to play with the old UI, in which case then fair. DF Plus. I mean, even that's more accurate than DF2. But we shouldn't be calling it that, because that's... I have enough... Okay, so I had to make a video specifically explaining the differences between Premium and Classic, because, like, newbies are already confused. Which makes me look at it and go, how does EA Games sell anything when they have, like, 8 different versions of each game? And sink hours into it. The second they give me access to it, I'm going to have it running 24/7, so that I can leave a review at some point with, like, 10,000 hours and be like, it's okay. That's my entire goal. Well, I mean, H2O, largely it's because of, like, you know, there's a few crappy gaming blogs out there. There's a lot of crappy gaming blogs out there. But there's a few crappy gaming blogs out there that wrote stories like, Dwarf Fortress is getting surprise sequel. I also saw Dwarf Fortress getting a remaster once. Anyways, I'm convinced half those blogs are run by, like, an AI that just, like, proc gens different fucking sentences together about video games. But anyways, like, some of these sites just, like, they just confuse people to the point where it's, like, it's actually difficult to get accurate information on Dwarf Fortress if you use the wrong search terms. Which bothers me because it's a confusing enough game for people already. Some of those sites need an editor. Some of those sites need to have their servers removed. But some of them, yeah, need an editor. Or they should just simply write about things they understand instead of things that get clicks, you know? Journo's having a hard time figuring out how to clickbait stuff. The thing is, if you want to clickbait Dwarf Fortress, literally just talk about cats. It's the easiest fucking thing in the world. Chapter 16, Dwarf Fortress 2048. Oh no. Dwarf Fortress MB getting quests? Yeah, Villains Part 2 is adding fixing. There is quests in adventure mode right now. They just don't work. Which is, not entirely the same thing, but there technically already are quests in Dwarf Fort. They just don't work. They are broken and have no, end goal. There's nothing that you can do with them. You can't complete them. You can't cash them in. You can't get your rewards for them because they don't exist, basically. Which is one of the reasons I'm kind of happy that Premium isn't going to be getting Adventure Mode initially, because Adventure Mode is super busted. And you can easily pester your friends straight out. Something I'm looking forward to, Cosmic King, is I'm looking forward to making videos about how to make Classic look and act like Premium. Because, it's not hard to make. It's really easy already just in vanilla to install a graphical tile set. You're going to stop being awake. We'll see you when we see you, Stone. Thanks for hanging out. Sleep wells. There's already just this. Need to empty all of these dead bodies out of these cages. All of those animals are dead, but yeah, just start talking about random fucking old bugs from Dwarf Fortress that are memefiable, and you can clickbait Dwarf Fort. Even if that information is no longer accurate, which most of it isn't, and even though most of those sites don't explicitly state that information is no longer accurate or even true about the game anymore in some cases. Which is why I try to avoid doing that, because it literally using old, previously patched bugs as a way of marketing a video game is not a very good way of marketing a video game, especially considering how much cool shit happens in Dwarf Fortress already. You're doing a Dwarf Fortress NASCAR livery. I don't watch NASCAR outside of the occasional clip. Because I like open wheel racing, but jeez, a Dwarf Fortress NASCAR livery. I mean, you'd need just a row of ends, right? Maybe along the bumper on the front and back, just the necromancer and zombie ends, the kind of blue and turquoise ones. What else could you theoretically do? On one of the doors, you know, the dwarf just peeking through the hole right before he goes bah! And just gets blasted. You should put that right there. And then maybe when you open the door, it's the one with him with fire all over it. The roof needs a wagon on it. True, yeah. Needs a wagon on it. I wonder if you could spell fast with characters. You could do what's an F in Dwarf Fort? Something represented by an F, something represented by an A, and then some an S, a giant cave spider, and then a troll in the correct colors. ASCII camo with losing his fun on the windshield. It has to say losing his fun somewhere. No, actually, losing his fun should be on the rear, the back, the rear, somewhere on the rear, so people behind you are reminded that it's fun to lose. as you win, obviously. Yeah, I don't know what else. Apparently I can slaughter that wolf. Bull. Neck bull, guinea hen. And then you can get Tarn to drive it. I don't think Tarn would want to drive a NASCAR. Also, I think sponsoring a car in NASCAR wouldn't be the best idea. See, just look at how well it worked for Dogecoin. Although the only thing I can think about with NASCAR recently is just the guy who just like rammed his car into the wall and just gunned it all the way around. And then they were just like, "Where'd you learn how to do that?" And he goes, "GameCube." It's my favorite thing I've seen in recent memory. Coolest thing you've ever seen in NASCAR, honestly? I don't know about that, but as somebody who doesn't find NASCAR particularly entertaining to watch, it was certainly amusing. You would watch NASCAR if they had a Dwarf Fortress mobile? Fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. I don't find the racing in NASCAR to be compelling. Maybe one day, but quite satisfied with F1 and F2. Tanning hides. We're putting items into barrels. Have to be a wagon being hauled by yaks, though. Just put Y's on the put Y's on the hood. Problem solved. But I don't know. Are you putting together a car for a video game livery or something? That's usually what people are doing. I have a favorite F1 driver team. Not really. I'm mostly just there for the drama. I just want to see good fights, and I find certain drivers more entertaining than others. And Lance Stroll is just kind of annoying, and Nicholas Latifi sucks. But like, I don't know. I don't really pick sides. That's not the fun of it for me. Go Tiffy, how dare you? Dude, the guy is a fucking embarrassment to my whole country. Or home script. Need to find a particular human's dead body. Problem is getting past the block section of the stocks menu takes forever in this fortress. But no, he's getting removed from the sport next year, and it's about fucking time. When you're 2.5 laps behind, it's like you're just actively making the racing less enjoyable for me. It's like, yes, the memes can be pretty good at times, but come on. This is going to take me forever to find. Like, literally forever to find. Trying to find the corpse of ore. A lot of just Gorlak skeletons, though. I can fix the god-awful lag. On the last interview I had with Tarn, he actually talked about some things he wants to do to make adventure mode run better. Like locally disabling people's ability to think, which is a really funny sentence to say out loud. And various other things. But like, lag in adventure mode only really becomes an issue when you settle in massive locations. And it's just because of the number of entities like actively going around and doing their thing. So if you can disable parts of the entity processing, I could see it running a lot better. Yeah, I mean, they should have drivers from other countries. Mimic. So, I mean, just like with everything, every single update to Dwarf Fortress gets some, you know, performance upgrades. Also, I should just say this out loud. I've been stating, like, in videos and whatnot quite frequently that, like, I feel like adventure mode is, like, 6 months to a year off. I've heard some murmurs from people who would know, without naming any names specifically, but I've heard murmurs from people who would know that it's going to be way less time than that. Like, I've had some people say, yeah, it might be, like, 2 months. So, like, there is also that. Like, adventure mode might also show up really quickly. Because when Tarn just feels like making a thing happen, he just kind of makes it happen. Which is kind of neat. I was gonna say, oh, there you are. Okay, just trying to figure out who is attending a meeting with the mayor. Also, for reference, on my Discord, there's a room called Speedy Tracks and Zoom Zooms. It's literally just like a room for talking about F1 or other things that go fast. Well, for me, my hope, my big hope, is that premium releases, right? Which it will on the 6th. A lot of people get into the game and they really like it. And they play it and they really enjoy it. And right around the time adventure mode releases is right when people are starting to get, not bored, but ready for something new. And then suddenly they just get a new game within their game. Because right now there's this problem where I think a lot of people sit down and they learn Dwarf Fortress. And that's great. But then they've learned Dwarf Fortress. And they don't want to learn another overly complicated mode in an overly complicated game that's very obtuse, right? So you spend all this time learning the complicated mode in the obtuse, difficult to learn video game, and then you go, nah, fuck it. I'm not gonna bother learning this other thing. I've already learned one thing. Why do I need to learn another thing? And not that that's an issue on the surface, but the problem that I've come to with that is, it is bananas, is it not? Like, literally, just go to YouTube and type in crazy NASCAR video game thing. Anyway, there's so many people that learn to play Dwarf Fortress and then never learn adventure mode, or they'll learn adventure mode and then they never learn fortress mode. I'm just really hoping that this is going to kind of blend the two together more in the player base in the long run. Getting it to work through Proton? Well, I can tell you this. Dwarf Fortress already runs through Proton. Like, you can take the Windows port of Dwarf Fortress on, like, the website from Bay 12, download it, and it runs fine in Proton. It also runs fine in Proton on a Steam Deck already. And it also runs in Wine on Mac. Even though there are native versions currently of this version, if you install the Windows version on Linux or Mac, you can make it run. So I would be shocked if it didn't. Like, genuinely, I would be shocked if it didn't. If you can run Doom in Dwarf Fortress, I don't know. Not the person to ask there. You were hoping to play it on your Steam Deck? I'll say this. I don't know how pleasant it will be to play it on a Steam Deck, but I also don't... to me, like, the entire concept of the Steam Deck is kind of repulsive because I hate control schemes in the vast majority of games. And the only thing I hate more than controllers is touchpads and touchscreens. And it's like, okay, so you have three options. You have controller, touchscreen, or touchpad. And I'm like, great, my three least favorite things. Like, I would be tempted to bring a mouse and keyboard with me everywhere and, like, plug it into the thing and use it. I might as well just bring a laptop. So this is just, it's a completely redundant device for me. But, like, I realize that there's a large audience of people. Docked with mouse and keyboard, you don't have a crappy PC. You don't have a PC outside of a crappy laptop. Is fair? When you first learned Dwarf Fortress, you had a hard time figuring out how to actually enjoy it despite being able to play it. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, like, and you know, it's funny. This is why I always recommend against people using Dwarf Therapist, because I feel like Dwarf Therapist makes it really easy to ignore a lot of the stuff that makes the game interesting. I want to practice a craft. Do armoring? I guess we could just make a bunch of iron. Glass making and weaving. No, screw it. Let's do a round of clothing. But I was kind of similar. When I first started playing Dwarf Fortress, I bounced off it many times because I never really found the fun, or I just didn't learn it well enough to encounter the fun. And I think some people might run into that, but it's just one of... I think that the biggest barrier to entry for Dwarf Fortress is, over the years, Dwarf Fortress has done a very good job hiding all of the reasons why it's interesting. And people have tried to make tools to make that easier. And I think in a lot of, like, instances, the tools end up taking away just as much as they add in assists, right? Like, Dwarf Therapist makes the act of assigning jobs way less cumbersome for a lot of people. But at the same time, also removes the necessity of doing this, right? Whereas this, and also for a lot of people, this information is poorly laid out and in a format that they don't want to, that they don't have any interest in looking at anyway, right? Like, a lot of people do not want to look at this information, not because it's bad information, but just it's laid out poorly, which it is, right? But if you're never staring at this menu, you're missing a lot of the context that makes Dwarf Fortress interesting. And, like, in the new UI, it's going to be way more parsable and way more readable and way more digestible than it is currently without Dwarf Therapist. Yeah, and, like, I've had a lot of people ask me about the military screen, which is really funny, because if you go to the Kitfox screen, like, I literally have a video which is a tour of the new military screen, and it looks super simple. Like, yeah, there's some finicky things that you can do with scheduling, but like the way the UI works on its face is super simple. And also, what's up, Mist Runner? Literally, labors is hit V on a dwarf, and then by default you end up in this menu. You hit P, and then you hit L. Oops. And then you hit L, right? And then you end up in this menu, and then you just scroll up and down with plus and minus and select what subcategory you want to go into. And you just do it one dwarf at a time. But the thing with Dwarf Fortress is you can largely completely ignore labors. You will always have, as long as you have like 150 dwarves, you'll always have a couple of dwarves that can do a job. If you want jobs to be perfectly optimized, then yes, you're going to have to dig into those labors a little closer. But largely, you can ignore the entire system. With the exception of certain things like architecture. But even that, like, in some cases, you can just ignore. It's just too chaotic to read. Yeah, or like maybe you have dyslexia or something and you can't stand the monospace font. Like, it's like there's tons of little issues that just make Dwarf Fortress inaccessible. That's the thing that I really sit here and I cross my fingers and I hope and I pray. I hope that premium launches and the vast majority of people do not install Lazy Noob Pack, because Lazy Noob Pack is very useful for certain things. It's utterly pointless for others. And there are two things that Lazy Noob Pack or Starter Pack does that are bad. It introduces a lot of things that you don't need, and it introduces a lot of instability. And this was completely hammered home by Zach and Tarn when I spoke with them at PAX this year, because they were talking about all of these different bug reports that they get, and all of these different crash reports that they get, and all of these weird complaints about instability. And the vast majority of them are caused by people misusing DF Hack or fucking around in Therapist while things are saving, or some sort of interaction with these external programs. Like, Dwarf Fortress as a game is extraordinarily stable. I think it's maybe crashed for me twice this year. Maybe. And I'll watch a stream and I'll see somebody's game crash 4 times in an hour. Right? And people point at Dwarf Fortress and they go, that game's buggy and doesn't run well and crashes a lot. And it's like, the way you have it set up does. And it's really difficult to, like, say that diplomatically, because so many people are so, like, they've learned the game with Starter Pack to a point where they can't unlearn it, right? So I hope that the UI shift, it moves the vast majority of the player base to just playing vanilla, or maybe vanilla with some mods, like extra creatures. When I say mods, I mean, like, actual mods. I mean, like, more content mods or faction mods or that sort of stuff. That's stuff that doesn't destabilize the game but adds more content. I hope people do that instead of insisting on playing with external software that isn't necessary. You can't be asked to manually install tile sets? Sure, I mean, if you want to do that, go nuts, right? Like, if you want to just use the Starter Pack launcher, go nuts, Revolution. The problem is when you don't know what you're doing and you're literally RAM editing in DF Hack, right? And you have these extra pieces of software running on the side. That's the problem that I take with it. It's not the concept of the launcher itself, or the like installing a tile set is literally as easy as opening up a notepad file and changing a line of text and clicking and dragging something. It's that easy. It takes 10 seconds to do it if you know how to do it. The issue is people are so stuck in their ways, I guess. And, like, if you're trying to make weird mega projects and clear everybody's stress and play the game as more of like a moddable sandbox and less of a story generator with set rules, that's kind of what those tools are for. Like, if you want to play the game like an art piece designer and ignore half of the game's mechanics and play like Cupo, you could do that, And she does a fantastic job and shows exactly why those tools are powerful. But if you're just playing Dwarf Fortress, you're largely wasting your own time by using those external pieces of software. Like, they're not necessary. And you really minimize the tools you use in it? Yeah, no, totally. I mean, like here's an example as to why it just hurts me when I see people using these. Is like I was watching Giant Waffle the other day, and his chat was telling him to use a command, and or to turn on Stone Sense, which he did. He turned on Stone Sense, and his game crashed like instantly, and it corrupted his save. It's like I'm sitting there watching from a distance, going like, first time playing this game ever, and that's your first experience with it. It's like, and then he generated a new world, right? And it was fine from that point forward. But it's just like somebody with less patience. That's it. You're done. Right? But TF hack and text will be text with your problems. I mean, text will be text is absurdly notorious for causing crashing, but will also just be in premium natively, right? Like, UI isn't going to scale when you zoom in and zoom out. It's going to have a separate scaling slider, so UI and game scaling are now separated, which is good. And there's an angry dwarf. Who's angry? Oh, that's fine. So those two things are going to be separated, and you're going to have the multi-layer view in premium. What is text will be text will be TWBT is text will be text. It's what gives you multi-layer view currently in the game using DF hack, and it also so when you have the UI up right now, if you zoom the game in and out, the UI changes size, which is kind of annoying but ideal. Text will be text stops that from happening. I have no idea how Tarn did it, but Tarn made his own. I highly doubt he looked at text will be text. Maybe took some advice. I don't know. I haven't asked him personally. But I like to see dwarves satisfied after producing masterworks. Getting all that clothing done. But yeah, I think I remember that interaction, Kodiak. I'm very excited to see the size of the sprites, Jerhenning, for Forgotten Beasts. I will say that. Because functionally, they look exactly the same. Generally, if something exists in Dwarf Fortress because it's been written into the game's code versus something existing in Dwarf Fortress because it's actively RAM editing or editing the memory in your RAM to change the status of the game, I think I will take the one that's built into the game directly. Is there a reason I don't use Legends Viewer? Laziness. And I like to use my imagination for things. But mostly laziness. Yeah. If it's not in the game, I don't generally use it. I just, again, don't find it to be particularly necessary. Because I prefer to just read about the names and then extrapolate on my own. You know, actually, although out of all tools for Dwarf Fortress, the one I do use the most often is Legends Viewer. I do have probably like 4 installs of the game now that I've used it with. Because, like, as long as you know the names and locations of places, then you can just kind of build off of that knowledge and come up with stuff on your own. So we're now on the 1st of Granite of the year 431, meaning the fortress is 426 years old. The count goes up, ever so slowly. But yeah, I don't know. It's just that the only reason I get worried, I guess, is because I stare at the Dwarf Fortress subreddit a lot, and there are people, quite a lot of people actually, who like this game, are interested in it, but don't follow any of the information about it, right? Which is completely fair. Vast majority of people do not need to pay attention to like the inner workings of a game's development. Like it's a complete waste of your time. But they do check in and play the game maybe once every couple of years. And when I see people saying things like, DF hack's still gonna work, right? I just get worried. How old? 426 years old. We started on year 5 in this world, and we're now on year 431. You're welcome, Ryan. I saw that pop up. I was like, I need to inform a Rhinestone. How you been, Ryan? How thing? How day? Dwarf Fort released December 6th. Jump up and down and scream. Well, I mean, the new Legends mode updates still aren't going to have all of the features that Viewer has. Viewer really does give you, like, an expanded, like, view list, right, of things. And it does give you a lot of really interesting granular information. I don't think a lot of that information is necessary for me to figure out stories. I mean, all that Premium for Legends is really doing is giving you hyperlinks, tabs, favorites. That's pretty much it. Like, which is weird because I want to say it was like 2016, maybe even 2017. Tarn was showing something in Legends mode, and he had a version of Legends mode which he showed on like a slide, which had tabs and hyperlinks, which made the entire collective community just go, "What the fuck? Give us that shit! The hell!" And I remember him, like, he said something about it later, like, in a Future of the Fortress or something, where he was just like, yeah, that'll happen eventually. We'll get to that. And it's just like, fucker. Like, you've had this code sitting somewhere for how long? God damn it. It's just funny. But Ryan, how's things? How we doing? How's your day been? Good, I hope. I don't know if you've been staring at the crumbling of Twitter in slow motion, but my God, that's been entertaining. But hope that you've been well. I'm still just waiting for when we start getting public reports about how many people are playing Dwarf Fortress. All that stuff's still hidden in the API. Merchant is fighting with a buzzard. Literally, oh, well, okay. Was fighting with a buzzard and then a great horned owl. Kicked the great horned owl in the head with his left foot. I feel kind of bad. Poor owl. God damn it. Our coworker is worried because every tech company is having issues, Twitter more than others, and he's graduating this year with a degree in software development. You know how I've said for years that, like, going to school might be a waste of time? Just find a job. I'm not going to be saying I told you so a lot in the next year, but I kind of feel that way a little bit. Although at the same time, you know, streaming video games on the internet is totally going to be stable when, like, the entire global economy collapses and we go into another recession, right? Right, guys? Right? Your coworkers were... Your girlfriend told you should uninstall Twitter, but you think it's far too much fun watching it passively and contributing to the shit show. As long as you're using Twitter as your personal platform to bully Elon Musk, I support your, like, need to not uninstall it. and is certain it was a waste of time. Yeah. Yeah. Although I do feel bad. I do feel for anybody who is graduating right now in tech. Although, you know, as big companies change and shift and fold, other companies show up. You know, MySpace had a lot of employees at one point, right? Dig had a lot of employees at one point. Anybody remember Dig? I do. Vaguely. I keep hearing people referencing Friendster, and every single time I see the word Friendster written anywhere on the internet, my head hurts a little bit. You spending thousands listening to... I mean, I'm a high school dropout who was homeless for 6 months. I mean, I don't know if you'd listen to my life advice. It's just, for me personally, I feel like school is largely a waste of time, depending on what you're studying, though. Which is why you're glad that a lot of people are saying, what's up with this Mastodon thing? No, totally. I'm gonna let you guys follow these elves. I need to go take a piss. You know, Aqua, it's really funny when you say federated timeline and federated protocols, right? I know what the word means and how to say it, right? But back when I lived with my ex, she watched an ungodly amount of Adventure Time. Fucking loved that show. And I was always kind of indifferent to it. Like, I didn't really mind its existence, but it's annoying on a bad day and fine the rest of the time. But one thing that it, like, implanted permanently in my brain is the name of the animation studio that made that show, which is Frederator. And it had this god-awful voice that would just scream, Frederator! At the start of every single episode, or maybe it was the end of episodes, of that TV show. And whenever I read Federated, my brain reads it in that voice. Fucking hate it. This is just like, Federated! No! Just fuck off! Jesus Christ, you immature twats. Anyway, that's how I feel whenever I read the word Federated, and it's kind of ruined for it. But, you know, it's fine. I know what it is and what it means. It's just funny. Also, I think I sold Belinair on Mastodon by just simply informing him, 1, he can run his own instance theoretically if he wanted to, and 2, like, posts are called toots. He's like, well, fart jokes are good. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if it takes off. I don't know. I have this weird feeling Twitter's just gonna kind of turn into MySpace and eventually get sold and turned into something else, and probably for a millifraction of what it was just purchased for. And clothing? No, I'll wait for the dwarves. And Blue Sky will probably be the next thing to take off. I think that Mastodon is a bit too obtuse to gain any sort of mainstream adoption, which is, you know, I think it's to its benefit. But I don't know. Although I'll say, if you want to follow me on Mastodon, that me. It tells me, like, Twitch always tells me that I'm, like, adding myself when which I think is kind of funny. You skipped most of your gen ed credit hours thanks to opportunities you had when you were in high school, so your DM is gonna take like 2 years. I mean, hey, might as well. It's 2 years you only need to do once more, right? And you know, like the one thing that I've said many times recently is I fucking hate Twitter. And I've hated Twitter basically since I had to make an account for Twitter. There was brief points throughout my time in content creation where I've been like not against Twitter, but I wouldn't say there's ever been a point where I've actively enjoyed using Twitter for anything. Regardless, like there's never been a point where I've like done something on Twitter and been like, yes, that was good. I enjoyed that. Of course, it's nice when posts take off, but like I've never liked or enjoyed using Twitter. I don't like the way it monetizes. I've never liked the way its advertising works. I've never enjoyed the way it. Actually, I will say, ever since they swapped to a algorithm-driven timeline, I've gone from going, Twitter's okay, to fuck Twitter. And I've felt that way for years. To the point where, like, I straight up just didn't use Twitter for almost 2 years. From June 2020 until basically about June this year, I didn't use Twitter. Just for, like, personal, like, stress and, like, mental health reasons. And because of that, I know for fact I don't need Twitter to do this job. I don't need it. Use it for lewds. I mean, you do what you gotta do, right? I don't need Twitter to do this job. It makes my job easier, but I don't need it. And because of that, I will fuck around on other social platforms.
Mainstream. BTW. Thanks for all the stuff you're doing. Helps me to go through dark times.
Happy to help, Vesmir. Thanks for the 16th month. Welcome back. Chat, can I get a round of beers? But yeah, I mean, when did Twitter become mainstream? I guess technically 2008 was when it started. When it started to take off initially, but really it was like in 2016 that blew Twitter up majorly. That was like when I started seeing a lot of politicians on Twitter and stuff. You hate that they pick tweets and then move them up your feed and it gets your eyes on it even though it stays old. Yeah, absolutely, Nordstrom. Like, I do not like the way Twitter's feed works. Sir Crab, if you have questions, let me know. So yeah, I don't like the way Twitter's feed works. I don't like... the thing that I like about Twitter is it makes the world smaller. That is the thing that I like about Twitter. But it doesn't need to be Twitter that does that, right? And when I say makes the world smaller, I mean... There's a difference between going to a public space, I guess, or a semi-public space like Twitter and tweeting something versus going to, I don't know, Grumpy Gamer's blog, you know? Like, if I go look at what, why am I blanking on his real name now? Ron Gilbert, right? It's for me, it feels like the world feels smaller when I look at Ron Gilbert's Twitter versus when I go to his blog, right? If I go to his blog, it's like, oh, this is a website on the internet, versus something like Twitter where it's like, oh, this is an account that somebody has on a website that I also have an account on. And that makes the world feel smaller, and I like that. I like anything that does that. Twitch does that too. I mean, fuck, to a degree, Facebook did that back in the day. I like it when websites do that, when the world feels smaller, because we all feel a little bit more human. I don't like when it's ruined by belligerent over-marketing. Twitter did that a long time ago. Getting updates and news and info that they have, it was a great way to get news on things and topics I care about. Yeah, but like, I would, for me, honestly, at this point, the only form of social media that I unironically just straight up enjoy is Reddit. Like and Reddit could ruin itself too, right? But I love the fact that there's a community for everything on Reddit, and that I can find somebody to talk about a thing that I'm interested in regardless of what I'm doing at the time. Like, one of my favorite things to do on Reddit actually is go to a city's subreddit and just make a public post saying, what are the airports like right now? How is the airport? And you won't just get photos of like the airport. You'll get pictures that are of people currently in line in security. And just like bang, like within minutes usually. It's like, oh yeah, no, it's fine. Like walk through security and international in 4 minutes. Like, it's super fucking useful. Like, Reddit is actually, to me, the most useful social media. Quitting Twitter is the most mentally healthy thing you've done for yourself. You don't know why you didn't do it years ago. Your anxiety is so much calmer. Yeah, no, Twitter causes me so much mental distress. It's not even fucking funny. And the fact that it's run by a guy I don't really like, it makes it much easier to be like, yeah, okay. What's up, Goku? That just makes ripping the Band-Aid off easy. Also, out of curiosity, when did you quit Twitter, H2O? Mastodon the band? God, you know, honestly, I fucking wish I was talking about Mastodon the band. I fucking wish I was talking about Mastodon the band. God damn it. I wish I was. Hey, at least it's called Mastodon and not Slayer. Trying to think of like other you know, why don't we just rename Twitter to Cradle of Filth? Since social medias are named after bands, right? There's got to be a band called Discord, right? That's got to exist. When you heard Musk took it over, gotcha. Yeah. No, I mean, Twitter is going to be a weird. I mean, Twitter might recover. There is like a very real possibility that Twitter might recover, but I don't know. Twitter's been through worse, I'll say. Twitter's been through, well, maybe not worse. Twitter's been through things that are similarly as bad. Does Mastodon have a Mastodon page? It's just Mastodon at mastodon.social. I don't know. I kind of doubt it. I kind of really doubt it. But yeah, I don't know. I am a social media influencer who doesn't like social media. No, I think Accident was referring to the band Mastodon having a page on Mastodon. I think that's what Accident was talking about. I think. You do the same. But I don't know. I don't think that we'll ever. I don't think that the social platform Mastodon would ever have the same kind of corporate adoption that Twitter has had, purely because of the way it's structured. Their site looks hammered right now. The server that I'm on for Mastodon, which is mast.to, goes down maybe once a day because they're like, we just got 10,000 new members migrating to a bigger server. So the person who's running it seems to be doing rather well with their, what's it called, coffee page. They're getting like 5 coffees an hour. So doing all right. It's all these server maintainers. You closed registrations on your instance. Actually, since you have some experience with that, I guess, because you closed registrations on your instance. Bellinaire was asking about how difficult it would be to run your own instance of Mastodon, and I assume it's pretty easy because he wants to get his first name at bellinaire.social. I'm trying to... Oh, I over-tightened my coffee again, chat. This is a problem. Two things you'd like to know about Twitter. One, once the algorithm gets you, it's very easy to find yourself in an echo chamber and skew your worldview, believing in everyone acts in a certain way. I mean, my entire algorithm on Twitter is focused on indie game dev, but sure. That's like any social media that's algorithm driven. And two, you like the Twitter's feed as a way of consuming media. At some point, artists migrated from Tumblr to Twitter, and it's only exacerbating the problem. Yeah, well, some of them are trying to go back to Tumblr right now, which I kind of look at and go, really? I don't know about that. I don't know. I never really got into Tumblr. Tumblr was always just kind of felt like Blogger to me. Tumblr always kind of felt like Blogger, and I've never been a very big blog poster, so I never really like I have a Tumblr account somewhere under my name, but it's like there's no reason for me to be on Tumblr like at all. Tygo is fighting with Firana. Seems like he missed twice. This is what happens when everybody's trained in combat. Everybody just misses everybody. Everybody just dodges. 2 points of disorderly conduct against Firana. 29 days in prison. Let's see how you like prison. No, I'm not surprised. Accident. I mean, it's probably their biggest like audience increase ever, if I had to bet. Or one of their biggest user increases. It's pretty easy if you've done server stuff before. Well, I'll have to tell Bill. Because, I don't know. I'm just trying to get my team onto Mastodon more than anything. Because, like, you know, generally people like myself don't really move from social media platform to social media platform because you always have some bleed off, right? You always lose some people around the edges. What's up, Dean? You always lose some people when you move from social platform to social platform. Like, that's just kind of a fact. But there hasn't been a point like this in a really long time where it's really easy to just kind of sit there and go, yeah, fuck Twitter! Or, you know, whatever. Because it's almost like social media platforms are only as powerful as the audience the audience that uses them is willing to make it be, right? And if the audience that uses it stops giving a shit, then the platform becomes useless, right? And I think largely right now, unless you're a Elon Musk hyper fan, it's very easy to just kind of look at Twitter and go, yeah, fuck Twitter, because people have felt that way for a while to begin with. So being in prison might actually be the best thing for Firana, because she feels repentant after being confined, which is very, very, very positive. So I'm hoping that we can like use this to recover this dwarf slightly. Let's remove hauling from your job list. But yeah, sorry for the very off-topic, non-Dwarf Fortress-y discussion currently, but, you know, happens. Downloading Mastodon? Yeah, I mean, just pick a server that seems right for you, and I can give you links to the server that I'm on with my instance. Been fun to listen to. I mean, I've talked for a while that Longdeath especially has mostly just become a solo podcast anyway. Although that apology is more for people on YouTube who end up watching this, because I have gotten a couple of comments over the past couple of years going, talk about Dwarf Fort, you weirdo. It's like, dude, I stream 12 hours a day. Like, there's only so much Dwarf Fort I can talk about. There we go. Stress is receding. Although the VODs on YouTube are like mostly just archives anyway. I don't actually expect that many people to watch them. Of course, I'd love it if like 2,000 people watched every VOD, but... instead of joining a huge one. I mean, like, I was reading about, like, migrating Mastodon accounts from instance to instance. And currently, I'm on just a pretty big one that I saw a bunch of streamers that I know jump on. So I saw, like, 5 different streamers that I know all jump on, like, mass.to, which has, like, 40,000 people on it or something. And just looking at it, it seems totally fine. Like, I was looking at the public feed for it, and it's like, it's just Twitter. It's like, okay, cool. Like, that works. What settings do I normally use? I generally just go with defaults, but if I'm using advanced settings, it's usually because I want big rivers. So usually I crank up rainfall, or I crank up volcanoes, depending on what I'm looking for. But with advanced world settings, there is no what do I normally use, because if I'm using advanced settings, that's because I want something specific. So it's like, okay, I want a lot of volcanoes, or I want a lot of big rivers, or I want a large landmass, or a smaller landmass, or I want islands. Whereas when I'm just generating normal worlds, I usually just do medium length history, and it depends on whether or not I want a lot of factions or not. So if I want a lot of activity and factions, I crank up the faction count and the site counter. If I want a very violent world, then I increase savagery and all that jazz. The one thing I never touch in the default settings is frequency of minerals, because turning those up is just plain silly. Spellbook Demon Slayer is a bullet hell roguelike. Well, if it's a bullet hell, it's not a roguelike. It's probably just a run-based arcade game, but I'm one of those people who's very, 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 very much a diehard. It's not a roguelike unless it's turn-based kind of person. So, and unless it's actually got permadeath and no meta progression. Otherwise, it's some run-based game that's loosely inspired by it. It's just like games that tell their audiences that they're inspired by Dwarf Fortress really aren't, unless they're trying to do some interesting, world generation stuff. Well, generate one that you think would be interesting with something that you're looking for. Cosmic King. But yeah, I don't really care about like the wider server that I'm on, Wave Depletion. I mostly care about finding a circle of people that I can follow for my own personal timeline. That's what matters to me. But there's one that's blowing up right now that I've seen that's kind of neat. Or maybe not blowing up, but doing really well right now because I've seen some smart people adopt it. And that's partially because Asset Jesus just jumped onto it, which is gamedev.place. Might be an interesting one to watch. You've never played this before, but you're super hyped for the Steam release, okay? Since it's maybe the chance to get into it. Dwarf Fortress is not all that it's... Well, it's not that it's not all that it's cranked up to be. Dwarf Fortress is not as nuts as people make it seem from the outside. It's very much a approachable colony sim that's no more or less complicated than any other colony sim on the market, really, at least from a gameplay context. It's had a notoriously What did all those dwarves just do? What were you guys weren't fighting with anything. What was that? Did a bird come down or something? Some kind of existing conflict. Where are you going? Oh, you're going to go sleep, but like, what the fuck was that? It has to be like a piece of... Okay, it's got to be like a great horned owl or something. What the fuck was that? Anyway, what's the graphic pack then called? There it is. But yeah, it's a game that has a notoriously obtuse UI, which has made it very difficult for people to get into for years. But actually playing Dwarf Fortress is quite easy, to the point where, like, I think some people might be a bit surprised by how not difficult the game is to play once they finally get the opportunity to play it. No, roguelike has nothing to do with difficulty, right? In order to be a game that is like Rogue, you need to be like Rogue, right? If you're a real-time game, you're nothing like Rogue. Doesn't have anything to do with difficulty. Being a roguelike simply means that you can play the game in a turn-based sense and beat it in your first run by simply acknowledging and intaking all of the information that the game gives you. And if you're going to start trying to tell me what a roguelike is, you're just going to get constant disagreements because I'm very much a traditionalist when it comes to roguelikes. If it doesn't look like Rogue and play like Rogue, it's not a roguelike. We stopped calling first-person shooters Doom clones when they stopped looking like Doom. You shouldn't call games that are nothing like Rogue a roguelike unless it is very much like Rogue. You feel that, like, with the crazy UI and different playstyles, you can learn a lot. You can learn a lot of people love and take pride in it, and seeing the game is a huge achievement to learn. Yeah, sure, but, like, also people shouldn't, like, place games as, like, a sole definer of their personality. And learning a complicated game is cool, but it's not, like, a life achievement, and I don't think that, like, people should hold it on such a high pedestal, because all that does is it makes the game less approachable for new people. Lycott has given birth to a baby boy. If you would like to be a brand new baby boy in Longdeath, raise your hand. I try and grab people who've never had dwarves in the fort before. So if you haven't had a dwarf in Longdeath before, raise your hand. Whitcote certainly has had dwarves in Longdeath before. So I'm not going to give you priority, but let's see. How many dwarves has Whitcote had? Absolutely, Cosmic King. The more people that can play it, the better. Okay, Whitcode the second it is. He is the son of Lycott and Mincott. He is a worshipper of Onal and a worshipper of Shin Russet Amber, the Red Rocks. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed. Too late, GMG. You got to be fast on the gun with those. His very long sideburns are braided, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. Also, I'm pretty sure you have, Dave. I guess you haven't. Okay. Different forts, then. Regardless, too slow. He personally values good craftsmanship and values sacrifice and doesn't really see the point in working hard because he's a baby. Dreams of raising a family. His very long sideburns are braided. His long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his very long hair is neatly combed. His eyebrows are extremely dense, and his ears are somewhat narrow, and his hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe, and his eyes are cobalt. Too slow for my go. Yeah, no, you gotta be quick to the punch on those. Gotta request it quickly. Because otherwise it will end up just going to whoever asked nicely last. Not good when dwarves are constantly angry. There you go. No longer stressed. It's good to see. But yeah, I don't know. Social media sucks. That's kind of the long and short of it. You know, it's kind of frustrating to me because, like, I talk to my parents about how, like, social media is not pleasant and how there are elements of my job that I really don't like. And their answer is always just, like, the most difficult to respond to answer, which is always just, well, this is the job you chose. It's like, yeah, but I can, like, actively try and make it better. And they're like, no, you shouldn't do that because this is the job you chose. It's like, excuse me while I sink into my hands. And at least with Masto, you can just own your own instance and have control of its future instead of having to migrate to a different social medias every few years. In theory. Yeah, in theory. You should try and make your job better. That's what I try to do, yeah. Generally. Dwarves are sparring. It looks like there's very few dwarves in the fort all of a sudden because so many are just sparring. Gotta keep my military from getting too rusty. Into late spring, getting close to summer. We trade with the humans in the summer unless the other humans invade us, but it's been a couple of years since the Confederacy of Sport actually came after us, which is the human faction that's been at war with us for a while. I'll say this, wave depletion. I really, really think that social media sucks when the entire goal of it is to harvest as much information as possible. I think for me that's what ruins social media. When the goal of social media becomes social instead of harvesting as much information as possible, it's a lot more palatable to me. It's like something like Reddit, right? Where, yes, Reddit is very much like a data harvesting nightmare, right? But Reddit is also good enough at feeling like an actual social space that it becomes useful, right? Like, if you don't like a certain subreddit, just fucking fuck off of that subreddit and go elsewhere, right? And then it goes back to feeling social again, right? If you don't like parts of Reddit, okay, unsubscribe from those subreddits and just pretend that they don't exist, and it becomes a very palatable thing, right? It becomes something that suddenly feels like it's a good use of your time. Speaking of Reddit, I'm getting pings on Reddit. Unlike Twitter, well, Twitter sucks. So roguelite is a stupid term that people shouldn't use. That's my take on roguelite. The only term that actually matters is roguelike and run-based. The only real mechanic that the vast majority of games that claim to be inspired by Rogue are actually taking from Rogue is the fact that they're run-based. In fact, most arcade games could probably be labeled as run-based too. So when I see something like Vampire Survivors and people are like, it's a roguelike because you get random loot and it's different every time. It's like, no, it's not. No, it's a run-based arcade game. It's sawed off with your roguelikiness. Nothing is a roguelite. There are games that take mechanics from Rogue, and then there are games that don't. And then there are games that are very much like Rogue. A game that is like Rogue is Cogmind. This is a game that's like Rogue. This is a roguelike, right? This is a game that's very much like Rogue. Right down to the presentation, it is like Rogue. DCSS is another example. Zorbus is a game that is like Rogue. It takes a lot of mechanics from Rogue and has a similar presentation to Rogue. This is a roguelike. Tales of Majel, also known as Tome. This is a roguelike. Right down to its presentation. You can tell it's a roguelike. Something like Jupiter Hell is also a roguelike. It is admittedly a much more modern, stylized version of that kind of thing, but it's still a grid-based, turn-based, procedurally generated game with permadeath, right? But, you know, I go look up, like, fucking, I don't know, Spelunky 2. It's a run-based platformer. It's a game. It's physics-heavy platformer, and you go on runs through the world, and you learn little bits more about it, and then you go back and you do it again. It's not a roguelike. And I'm just always going to be that person. So, like, when people come into and tell me that Realm of the Mad God is a roguelike, I want to punch them in the head. Because it's just like, no, it's not. It's just like when people come into my chat and they tell me that, like, Slay the Spire is a roguelike. It's like, dude, we've literally had deck builders longer than we've had computers. Like, it's a deck builder. It's just a solitaire deck builder. Stop calling these roguelikes, because they're not. Just because you get some things randomly and the level is different every time that's not what you need to be a roguelike. To be a roguelike, you have to be exceptionally like Rogue. Exactly, Dima. Instead of one Twitter, it's many Twitterers. Twitterers! All networked and sharing data between them, run by individuals or small groups. Yes. Some of them crowd-funded, some of them privately funded. Hades is a great run-based action game. You know, honestly, the part where Mastodon is difficult to explain to people actually makes me feel better about it. Ziggurat's a run-based FPS. A great one. I like it a lot. I have like 40 hours in that game. I almost did everything there was to do in the original Ziggurat. Yes, I've got 33 hours in Ziggurat. Good game. I really want to like Ziggurat too, but there hasn't been enough content in it yet. Every time I poke into that game, it's like, it's cool, but there isn't enough here yet. It's up to each individual instance, yes. Which is actually kind of interesting when you read like Mastodon's like CEO's take on like whether or not alt-right parties should be allowed to use his platform. He's got good takes, I'll put it that way. The thing about Mastodon, right, is like, if you don't like a particular instance or a particular group, you can just straight up block that instance. And so it's up to the community, essentially, to let certain groups do certain things. So it's, if there is a group of people that are not popular for one reason or another, instead of them going viral because they are getting ratioed or whatever, like they would on Twitter, they just get their instance blocked and they never really get much reach. Like, it's actively, I think, a better way of moderating than the way Twitter works currently, which is just people just get notorious and then eventually publicly banned, and then they scream really loudly when they get publicly banned, versus something like a federated timeline where everybody just kind of has equal control. If you just don't like something, just fucking block it, and then it doesn't get any traction to begin with because it doesn't get, like, repeated and boosted from server to server. Meeting, but you'll be back later. Alrighty, Wave. See you when you get back. It's gotta be meeting at 12 noon. I'm trying to figure out which conversation feed to, like, jump onto here in chat. There's, like, 4 of them right now. 4 or 5 of them. Also make another 300 lavish meals and check in on wit code. Annoyed when caught in the rain. Off to a good start. What's up, Wade Master? Why are we throwing tables? What'd the tables do to you? Well, Longdeath is mostly just sustaining. I don't really have any ongoing projects currently. We are at war, so I'm trying to avoid that. But it's mostly just sustaining, if I'm being honest. Although I still haven't even gone down to the 3rd cavern layer yet. Just because a game is addictive doesn't, just because a game isn't a roguelike doesn't mean it can't be a good video game. I just get very, very annoyed when people refer to things that aren't roguelikes as roguelikes. But I personally, I personally avoid anything that's bullet hell. Also, I'm looking at Spellbook Demon Slayers right now, and yeah, this is very much just a Vampire Survivors clone. I don't find many bullet hell games to be fun because of how poorly I see, and those games are benefited by seeing well. No, it's like a wave survival thing. Got nothing to do with roguelikes. The game looks like Vampire Survivors. It's absolutely not a roguelike. That's very much a hill that I'm going to die on. Okay, I can turn the main squad off now. Oh no! That sucks. Your school site's not working. I actively hate using the word addictive when it comes to video games, but I do that for personal reasons, and that's because I have addictive tendencies and have had problems with addiction in my life. And I can tell you this, I've never had a video game that I've played a whole lot that I've genuinely enjoyed that then after I don't play it for a couple of weeks, I start vomiting and get cold sweats because of withdrawals from that video game. So I've never played an addictive video game in my life. Gotta be honest. See if the text message. Somebody invited me to go camping this weekend, but I'm gonna be out of the country. You're too slow and old for that. They're interesting, but fuck you, you hate them. Yeah, no, I agree. Well, it's not that I hate them. I depends on how much the focus is on bullet hell. I actually just got sent key for a bullet hell game yesterday, which I don't think I'm gonna make any videos of. But the game's neat. It's a little run-based arcade game called Putrid Shot Alpha, which is like $3. It's neat. Bit of fun, but like I don't see well enough to play it. Yeah, and that's not a format of game that I enjoy at all. Like the closest thing to Vampire Survivors that I've enjoyed is 20 Minutes Till Dawn, which I think is fine, and I've been enjoying a little bit of Bone Razor Minions, I think is the name of it. Keep on wanting to call it Bone Crusher for some reason. I think that's a wrestler. Yeah, Bone Razor. But I bought that because the dev of that is making a traditional roguelike that I do want to play. Do I stream for a living? Yep, and I have since 2016. Was the threshold of space is not always in relations to substances. Giving a game like a gacha game is only about hitting. Oh, sure. I mean, like, yes, you can absolutely have games with like gambling in them. But when I'm talking about addiction, I'm talking about like substance addiction, which is my experience with addiction. And I've never had withdrawals from a video game. But yes, you are correct there. There are certain instances where like gambling can be a problem. But I also, if I start playing a game and realize it has gambling mechanics or loot box mechanics in the video game, you know what I do? I Alt F4 and I uninstall the video game, and then I proceed to forget that it exists. Because that's not a video game anymore. It's a hostile marketplace. And I don't like hostile marketplaces. Yeah, because they're cheap as shit and easy as hell to make in regards to Vampire Survivor clones. And also, Vampire Survivors is a clone of a different game that has multiple clones already that have existed for like the last 9 years. Do you usually just randomly tune into streams and start poking at them about their income, Flacken? Do you usually come in and ask questions like that? Is that how you feel that your existence is acceptable? Do you walk into restaurants that maybe are on a slow day and go, hey, do you normally have more customers in here? The Diamond living somewhere where it's like not legal. The second there are indications of sucking money out of you, you're out. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like if I go to play a game and I go, oh, the purpose of this game is to siphon money out of me, unless it's like a multiplayer focused thing, at which point then I can kind of like wrap my brain around the logic of it. But if it's just purely a, oh, this is just money involved, like that's all the only thing that this game exists for, yeah, I don't care. How do you manage to stream for a living? I'm frugal and I make enough money to get by. If I lived in the States, as an example, I would be bankrupt because my meds cost more than my monthly income. Or would cost more than my monthly income, but it's all free because I live in Canada, so. But being intelligently frugal is how I get by. And also, my income is rather public. It's not that hard to figure out how much I make. But it's not the sort of thing I like to talk about just bluntly when people I don't know pop in and it's the first thing I remember them saying in my chat. Like, if you come into my chat and you're just like, how do you get by? And do you normally have more views than this? Like, fuck off. I don't care. Jump in a river. Go away. Like, it's none of your goddamn business. Walk into a kind of quiet restaurant and ask them how they make a living, and they will also do the same thing. That's a very small looking siege. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them? Well, it's not that some people are worth ignoring. It's just like, remember that you're in a social space, right? And you've literally walked into my house. And so you're in my house and you're asking me if I normally have more viewers is never going to a positive way to get responses. All right, so the humans are back, which means we're going to miss trading with the humans this season probably. Because we're sieged. Which means nothing's going to get through that blockade. But actually, the simple answer of how do I stream for a living is years and years of practice. All right, let's trade blows with these humans in this siege, shall we? Lock the dwarves in the fort. Check the side door, actually. Gotta slam this door. And that door. And he said he was so hooked up with it that he was doing only that and he failed school. I guess that can be classified as sort of an addiction. Sure. But I've still, like, you can make poor decisions and waste your time with things. But I think that there's a big difference between something that wastes your time and something that is an addiction. Like I said, I've never gotten withdrawal symptoms from playing a video game. I've gotten withdrawal symptoms from caffeine and other drugs that I've done in my life, but I've never had withdrawal symptoms from a video game. But for somebody else, wasting their time in a social addiction like, I don't know, playing League of Legends, sure, yeah, that could be classified as an addiction. But also you got to keep in mind that League of Legends has a lot of stuff built into it to maintain retention of players. Caffeine and sugar are both hell of a drugs. Hells of a drug? Hells of a drug? Words. Yeah, no, I mean, the headaches I get if I don't drink coffee for a day is... You're addicted to kabooms? Like most of America? Big thing go blam! Well, this is the smallest siege they've sent in forever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of them. Basically nothing. Just got back into coffee a month ago. Coffee good. I agree. Coffee indeed good. You're all about the sugar aspect. Coffee and caffeine has been meh for you. If you do have any coffee at all, you're just wired and it feels weird. It's like anything else, you build up a tolerance for it. I've never been a heavy sugar person though. I've always tried to avoid sugar. Although health considerations these days makes it a stricter thing for me. You have a stupid amount of skins and lol, you just keep getting them here on Twitch offers or something else. Oh no. Yeah, no, for me, because I did play League of Legends at one point in my life. For me, the fascination with League of Legends was just the competitive aspect, but, you know. Some afterwork DF. Hey, what's up, Pablo? I can't confirm or deny if there will be a stream on Thursday because I have a plane to catch that afternoon. But if I do, it'll be real short. But hello, you get the Tuesday and the Wednesday stream, at the very least. You've been lucky with your metabolism for a time. You abuse the fact knowing it's bad to eat tons of donuts, cookies, and milk. I will say this, there's a point where your body is not going to act that way anymore. I would separate yourself from those habits because that will be bad one day, but enjoy it while you can, I suppose. You're jonesing for a fix and you're all out of coffee. Dude, I'm stacked on coffee right now. There was a sale on one of my favorite coffee roasters, and you learned that the hard way too? Yeah, I mean, like my metabolism used to be an absolute fucking machine, and it still kind of is to a degree, but I have dietary restrictions because of health problems. Two tall boys got you a hangover? Jesus Christ, old man. What? The amount of alcohol I need to drink to actually be hungover is actually kind of distressing. Like, I was kind of hungover. I think I've been hungover once this year. It was after, like, one of the first shows that I went to in a really long time, and we went a bit overboard. Pre-med and whatnot has been showing you all the facts that you're being dumb for all the sweets you eat. Yeah, I'm sure you're well aware. Your stomach tolerates no hot spices anymore. Overeating causes now acid reflux. Fun. Fun. Used to drink a 12-pack every night, and now you've decided to not get drunk anymore and your tolerance went down. Hey, drinking is cheaper. That's like my neighbor. He could my neighbor when I see him, he could down like a 24-pack of beer in a day and not really even feel it, and I don't know how he does it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just need all of them to be in here, and then I can just torch them. This will be easy peasy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Where's the 10th and the 11th human? You know, we could just go with the... Yeah, it's plenty. That's plenty. We'll just lock them in. Go for it. Let's just get them burning. Should be easy enough. Whole crate in an evening? Yeah, at least he didn't have a failed kidney. Like, to hell with the kidney stones. Anyway, here comes the human's demise. I don't think they'll even see it coming. Bye, humans! Or just buy Sharona. Those are all the humans that are actively burning to death right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Worth it, I say. The last ones can just sod off and go away. You can turn off the lava flow and pull the drain lever. That lava, that is indeed lava, Dusk. It is indeed lava. Have fun BBQing? I mean, they're already BBQ'd, but you have a good night, man. So now we just wait until these humans are all gone and leave the edge of the map. Yeah, I like spicy food, but I would say this. I don't enjoy super spicy food. Like, I've eaten spicy food, like really spicy food, and I can deal with it and I can sweat through it, but I don't enjoy it. I like mild spice, but I like a mild spice in like everything. You know, I keep on making chili oil because I have these dried chili peppers that I grew this past summer, and I keep on like just grinding them up and making oil out of them, or diluting it with a little bit of sesame oil. And it's so fucking good. Just like a half a teaspoon of that in anything. Mwah. You know, I'll be honest with you. I've never had Taco Bell, nor have I ever had a Taco Bell product in my life. It's pure freaking honesty, dude. I've never had a Taco Bell or a Taco Bell accessory in my entire life. And you know what? I probably won't ever. That was not a bad little human torching sesh. Then it'll drain out the sides there. Don't worry about it too much. Does the mayor want anything? Mayor wants 3 splints. Their sauces are pretty decent. Ryan, I hate to break it to you. Sauce is food. So you can't have good food and shitty sauces because then your food's just shit. Just like you can't have shitty food and good sauces. Right? Pretty sure sauce is food. But that makes it part of food. Sauce is food. You love the Chipotle sauce that Subway sells, the BMT sandwich, if that is just your thing. I used to like Subway, and then I read the ingredients of their bread. I don't like Subway very much. Objection? I object! Ugh. Yeah. Now that's not like a internet argument I'm going to get into. I'm going to disagree with your definition, but I'm going to agree with the outcome, Trash Mac. They got dinged for that in Canada, too. What's up, CE? Those things. It's the casual elephant in our midst. Things have progressed. What? Do I need to look at the countdown timer again? Looks about the same to me. I read that as Lego and got excited for a second. I get you. Logo stuff's important. We've just been talking about how Twitter sucks all day. Finally, something we can agree on. Fuck Twitter. Turns out you just need somebody who's very unpopular to buy the thing for everybody to finally say it as it is. Fucking newsflash. Yep. Not yet. God damn it. What you working on, though, Aqua? For those of you who want to know what Aqua's talking about, we have this, hopefully, fingers crossed, 24/7 countdown timer until Gremlin becomes mayor or Dwarf Fortress releases, whichever comes first. But if you too support the great and almighty Gremlin for Mayor campaign, I recommend going to twitch.tv/Gremlin for Mayor so that you too can vote Gremlin and help Gremlin rise to the fame that Gremlin truly deserves. Tech question: if you have an external hard drive and that says fails test in the industry, I forget the name. You know, I'll tell you this: I haven't had an external hard drive in maybe a decade. I was like, I have thumb drives, and then it's all external server shit. I rent server space. I don't have external hard drives. I ain't got space for that shit. So I'm not the person to ask. Aqua might have an answer for you. Someone in chat might. Twitter is a very, very useful place for me to find indie games. But the only reason it's been such a good place for me to find indie games is because that's where everybody fucking posts stuff. It's like, just because like you could post it elsewhere doesn't mean they necessarily will. So I will say that Twitter has had its uses for me over the years. And like, as a person who creates content on the internet, it's literally like the vast majority of like this industry's communication with itself. But it's just really nice that the biggest clown on the planet bought it so that the rest of us can all be like, right, yeah, this platform does suck, guys. I'm a corporate communicator? Well, that's cool. I can get behind that. Business communications? There you go. Work babble and false information spreading. Which is why, if you want to still get my corporate communications in your whatever the fuck, I don't care really, you can follow me on Mastodon. It's, you know, something I'm just going to kind of keep saying. Yeah, that seems to be where everybody's going, which seems to be a good spot to follow. As far as gamedev.place goes. I've just been browsing it and just going, I'm gonna stare at who's popping up over there and follow people on gamedev.place. Because I'm very quickly spotting people that I recognize. Like, I literally just opened it up and I found 2. It's like, okay, I should follow you and I should follow you. To the point where I might even move to gamedev.place. Like, I was staring at it, like, yesterday, and then this morning. I just migrate over there. But I kind of like my instance of Mastodon just because it's so short. I like short URLs. Short URLs is good. Any new thing where any... Oh, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, Wade Master. It's funny because comedy is now legal unless you're making fun of the guy in charge, right? Because, like, all of Twitter just kind of collectively decided, all right, well, let's all be Elon Musk then. If it just costs $8 to be Elon Musk, let's all be Elon Musk. It's just something about that was just very fucking funny. Also, watching Elon argue in real time with Stephen King about whether or not Stephen King should have to pay for verification, also very funny. Like, that might be one of my favorite moments on the internet in the last couple of years. Just watching Elon Musk and Stephen King argue in real time is just, mwah. I mean, one of the first things I saw, when all that started happening, was just people tweeting about him, like, about how he should be paying child support to Grimes, which is really funny. Western Digital takes trade-in credit? Really? Mastodon had a good boost after Tumblr did that thing where they cut out their primary user group. Maybe this second wave will cause it to finally take off. As of yesterday morning, Mastodon has had as many active users as Twitter did when Twitter blew up in 08. It was like 1 million active users was kind of like the crippling point where everybody started to move to Twitter. Maybe this will be the point where everybody just starts to move over. So, I mean, even if it doesn't become like a Twitter alternative, it doesn't need to. It just needs to be a professional alternative for the games industry. That's all that I need it to be. And I'll also say this, right? I have what? It's like 1,250 followers on Twitter. I have 30 followers on Mastodon, and I'm getting more interactions on Mastodon. I think it's because people are actually looking at Mastodon, whereas people don't actually look at Twitter. Exactly. You're like, the way that I've been viewing Twitter for a while is using a plugin called Knitter, which is not Twitter, which just lets you view your timeline in order. And that was very useful for one thing. But outside of like viewing hashtags, I don't ever want to see like an algorithm or a popularity based timeline. Like, this is never. That's not why I use social media. Go make a Mastodon account at gamedev.place or whatever it was called. What was that? I know it was posted up earlier here. But, I mean, I will say, just doing this, just making your @masdot or @gamedev.play or @whatever or @mastodon.social or literally whatever that is as your Twitter handle seems to be working quite well. People figure out what it means real quickly and they just double follow. And also, if you're lazy like me, this thing seems pretty neat, which is moa.party, which is just automatic. Some of my favorite wording ever, which is like moa is a instance that runs as a public utility for just moving like tweets over to Mastodon or Instagram and vice versa. But it's just like on the front page, it's just like we do this, we automatically mirror tweets to Mastodon or toots on Mastodon to Twitter. No bamboozles. Which is funny. Got banned from Twitter for posting stuff I generated with a novel AI picture portion. What were you generating? Like, how? What? Like, excuse me? Some questionable content they labeled as real? I mean, that's kind of on you then. Now, like, if you got banned from Twitter for like pretending to be Elon Musk, I would have high-fived you. But it's just like if you're posting like generated arts that and like maybe let's just say it's maybe not safe for work or something, or like possibly sketchy. Like right now is the worst time to post that because everybody's fired up on 1000% speed. I need to start putting in more windows, I think. But yeah, if it's questionable, then you know what you did. It's generally the easiest way to respond to that. I have to put flooring in place of that, but it's fine. It was anime shit, to be honest. Yeah, and you want to know who's super weird about AI art right now? Japan. So, like, that, I don't know. That doesn't surprise me at all. Yeah, absolutely. And especially if you're not labeling it correctly. And, yeah, that doesn't surprise me too much. Is it a permaban? But I don't know. That maybe that's just me, but I wouldn't post any AI-generated anime art, period, purely because of the way a lot of Japanese manga artists and the like have been responding to AI art. Like, North America, from what I can tell, and like Western world seems to be like cautiously optimistic about AI art, whereas Japan is just like, fuck this shit, burn it down. And I kind of agree with them to a degree. I see where they're coming from. Because it's a much more popular medium in Japan than it is here. But let's just do Praise Opals all the way along these. We're doing gem windows. Just making things prettier. I mean, everybody hated on Twitter. I think they just did it quietly. But like I said, I wouldn't post anything AI generated that is anime related. Just period. For reasons that I've previously stated. Yeah, exactly. An unconsensual AI training, it's fucked. Totally. Yeah, no, completely agree. It's like that's why like go nuts with like your AI art generation, but be careful about what you post, because if it happens to be using pieces of something that somebody doesn't want them to be using pieces of, then yeah, you're gonna get content ID claims and stuff, and you're gonna get your account taken down. So it makes sense that people get fired up about someone starting a bushfire? I'm sorry, what? Oh, sorry. I missed the first half of that. Manga is a literal grassroots industry over there. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, it would be like, I don't know, releasing an album using AI beats that are trained off of Snoop Dogg. It's like Snoop Dogg might get mad at you. Yeah, no, I missed the metaphor there, but like, yeah, no, I get it. I thought you were talking about like an actual bushfire somewhere, and I was about to start ranting about forest fires when I realized what you were talking about. Okay, I will soon meet court. I think that people posting AI art will soon meet court. In some instances. Unless you're using something where the AI is entirely trained using unique art that was donated to the project. And there are projects like that, right? It's currently getting sued for their code AI. Really? Interesting. I didn't know that. But, price opals. Price opals. No one gets nice green windows. It steals copyrighted code verbatim. Huh. Well, that makes sense. Type of gems are the blue jades. Devs are able to get it to spit out their own code. That's spooky. And the artist gets some kind of credit for the art generation. I mean, that would just be an art piece in and of itself, Casual Elephant. But no, totally. Like, I mean, it's sort of like, you know, if Bruce Willis says, yes, you can completely scan my face and my entire body and recreate me in movies using CG. That's totally fine, right? But if an actor is scanned for a thing and then doesn't say, yes, you can replicate me in CG for movies, and then they're replicated in CG in a different movie, that studio should get in trouble, you know? It's just like if an actor or actress in this instance says, no, you can't put nude models of me in your video game, and then multiple years later, Elliot Page's nude models leaked out because Quantic Dream decided to say fuck it and do it anyway. Even though they didn't put them in the game, those models still leaked out. You know, it's just like that. And then it's like absolutely the actor and their right to sue at that point, because you used stuff without their consent in a format that they didn't consent to in the first place. Same goes for AI art, which is why I would be very careful with anything manga related in AI art. And no, I don't got any jets. I don't even have any Jetsons. I mean, that's the wrong definition of prostitution. I mean, I would state, in order to make that take, you have to go look at the definition of the word prostitute. Because currently you're not using the definition of that word correctly. So I would say that's not a hot take. That's actually a very cold take. Also, if you make a hot take and immediately apologize, it's not really a hot take. Exactly, it's just a really incorrect take. Not even a hot, it's just a really incorrect take. It's just, it's like, no, that's just not, no, that's not how that word works. All right, so now we can get those melted. So, melted copper on the ground. I wonder if I can pick up the melted copper. Sure, but then you have a different word, right? Technically, people who work in adult films are actors. They're just a different type of actor. It's like saying that a jazz musician is technically a classical musician because they play the same instruments. It's like, well, no, they're a jazz musician. Unless they're playing classical music, in which case then they are performing classical music, but you can't say you're performing classical music because you're playing a cello. It's like, well, if you're playing jazz bass on a cello, then it's still jazz. I'm sorry, what? That's a link. Animal, thanks for the raid. Hello, how are you? Couldn't care less, Dean. No offense. How was your stream today? Wild Cane. Or Canine, I think. That's how you say that? That's an insane link. Yep, and you posted it. Check your links before you post them. Also, you're linking directly to a Facebook photo, which means you need a Facebook account to click to look at it in the first place. And screw Facebook. I ain't clicking on that. Most of that is tracking information anyway. Speaking of social media accounts that you should delete, Facebook. Why is it so hard to find a goddamn planet to settle in star sector? It's because you need to accept that no planet is perfect. Hi, Costlord, how you doing? Played so much Rimworld and the like. I'm sorry, what? So Dwarf Fortress, you've never really been able to get into it because of the graphic style. Yep, like the vast majority of people. You're excited for the Steam release. You hope that it will be more approachable. Oh, it will be. Played so much Rimworld and the like. Just realize that it's a very different game from Rimworld. Rimworld is a game that actively tries to kill you, that actively tries to give you goals. Dwarf Fortress is the original sandbox, make your own fun game. Maybe not the original, but it's a sandbox, make your own fun game. So just get your expectations accordingly and realize that it's a game that you will need to seek out the fun and not in the other way. Rimworld tries to present fun to the player. Dwarf Fortress accidentally squishes you with a 4,000-ton metal skull. Yeah. Well, see, like, here's the thing that, like, nobody really says about Dwarf Fortress either, now that you mentioned Kenshi, is Dwarf Fortress has 2 modes as well, right? One won't be in at launch on Premium, which is Adventure Mode, and, well, 3 modes technically, but one of the 3 modes won't be in at launch, and that's Adventure Mode, which is literally Kenshi. So, like, imagine Rimworld, but also you could just be a party of adventurers and go somewhere else, build a fortress. That's what Adventure Mode is. So you kind of actually have 2 games in one. Although it's like, it's turn-based and it's grid-based and it's like an open-world adventure RPG kind of thing, where you can just be any kind of character that the game has in the game. So you could be a human, a party of humans with 2 Gorlaks and a goblin, and you guys could be a traveling band of poets that goes to taverns and plays music, and then you start writing poetry, and then you get stabbed to death by a group of highwaymen, and then I don't know, turned into a were creature, and then you go murder a small town. Like, but it all happens in a persistent world. Like in Rimworld, just as an example, if your fort dies, if all your colonists die, that saves over. But in Dwarf Fortress, if all your dwarves in a fort die or your fort collapses or whatever, just go start a new fort in the same world. Is it low boots or high boots that they want? Low boots. I mean, so there's all this stuff that you keep adding me with, Dean, and you need to realize this, right? I know, but also not relevant for right now because Dwarf Fortress is such a slow development cycle and has been in development for so long. Yeah, technically, dwarves might not even show up in your world in the future post Myths of Magic. But being like, well, actually, isn't relevant right now because it won't be relevant for like multiple years. I mean, even after the map rewrite, that still might not be a thing. So, yes, Toady also said that at some point you're not going to have an embark screen. You're simply going to spawn in at the mountain home, collect a bunch of dwarves, build up a wagon, and then go play fucking Oregon Trail to your embark location. Okay? He's also said that. So, just because it's something Toady has said doesn't mean it's relevant to the game right now and is completely irrelevant when educating noobs. And all it does is kind of make me go, really? Are you going to make me, like, explain that now, too? It's already a complex enough game without talking about promised features that are 5 years down the road. Like, you could just keep chuckling, what? Did you know that crows are smart? And we don't know that crows test to find if his Facebook account and dolphins are smarter, and that way they were able to teach crows how to delete a Facebook account? Did you know that how crows are smart? We know this because in a test, crows can find out how to make a Facebook account. Dolphins are smarter in a way because they were able to teach crows how to delete their Facebook accounts. Ouch, that sentence. We just need a time machine? Definitely. Yeah, absolutely. That's super duper the logical outcome. Speaking of Toady saying things, if you want to hear Toady say things live on my stream, show up here on the 17th at 3 p.m. Pacific. Because on the 17th of this month at 3 p.m. Pacific, Tard and maybe Zach are going to be hanging out. We're going to be chatting about Dwarf Fort. And things that are relevant and coming soon. Like, you know, the release of the video game. And we've done 7 of them in the past, so there's a collection of VODs on my YouTube channel. If you want to dive into and read. Yeah, like there's 2 things that I advise people who play this game actively to avoid. The first thing is avoid just dwelling on old bugs that have been patched out of the game ages ago. I know it's fun to reiterate thermonuclear catsplosions again, but it's not relevant to the game. And all it does is confuse people. Because people take parts of sentences out of context and it just fucks with things. The second thing is like nobody who's about to start playing Dwarf Fortress next week needs to know about Myths and Magic. Because realistically, we're not going to see Myths and Magic until like 2025. Maybe 2026. So probably 2027. Like, Dwarf Fortress is such a slow development game. It's like, if you're trying to get a new player into Destiny, you don't need to tell them what Destiny 1's 1.0 version was like because that's not relevant, right? You don't need to tell somebody who's getting into Warframe right now what Warframe was like 5 years ago for them to start playing. What you need to tell them is the next update that's coming, and what the game is like right now, right? And with Dwarf Fortress, the game's about to be more approachable than it's ever been. And adventure mode's not going to be in the game initially. But X number of months after premium releases, adventure mode will come out alongside of Villains Part 2 stuff, which is going to make adventure mode significantly better than it's been previously. So it's like, we don't need to talk about like how the modes are going to be blended together in the future. We don't need to talk about these hypothetical features. Like, we have guilds in Dwarf Fortress, right? By hitting I, you can see zones. And like, as an example, there's the Bearded Farm, which is my farmer's guild right there. That was a feature Tarn was talking about adding in 2009, which got into the game in 2021. So, like, or maybe actually 2020. I think it was 2020. Anyway, yeah, it would have been 2020 because I have it in this fort. So, just to give you an idea on the timeline of some features for Dwarf Fort, it doesn't matter to, like, ramble about how, you know, adventure mode and that are going to be more seamless in the future. It doesn't matter that Tarn dreams about time travel in Dwarf Fortress. Like, it's probably not going to happen in a reasonable amount of time, to the point where, like, we just don't even need to worry about it. To people that aren't all gamers, totally. Animal, yeah. Well, I mean, the easiest way to convey how complex and overly simulated Dwarf Fortress is just talk about how to kill a dwarf. Okay, you need to drain enough blood out of them. How do you drain or batter them to the point where their organs fail? Okay, how do you drain enough blood out of somebody? You need to cut them. So then the game tracks the density, sharpness, and weight of metal, which all factors in to whether or not it can cut a thing, combined with the velocity and strength of the thing that is swinging the thing. So all of that is processed. And then instead of having a health bar and static health points for each limb and each portion of their body, they have blood, skin, muscles, teeth, hair, tendons, fat. Did I say skin? Skin. And then all of the densities of those can change based on the fitness level of the dwarf and what they're wearing on top of it. So you have to cut through their outer materials. That's okay, Pyro Boy. So you have to cut through the outer materials and then manage to cut their... Oh, yeah, eyelids and tears, of course, naturally. And spit, saliva, and if infections are caused, things like pus, which is great fun. Also vomit. But you need to cause cuts in skin to bleed, and then they need to bleed enough so that they bleed out. And things can cause them to bleed, but not bleed enough to actually die. And also, like, you can crush limbs and break bones to make them easier to stab, to make them easier to bleed. So when you talk about the fact that the combat in this game is actually physics-based and based on, like, centimeters cubed of blood versus flesh and bone density... Hi, Orange. How are you? Piss, cuts, and vomit. You're trained for this? I read that it's traumatized for this. Me too, though. Piss, bloods, cuts, and vomit. Sounds like a fun Friday. Let's go. Adventure mode is something that you can point out to somebody who's gotten bored of Dwarf Fortress of the Steam release. Exactly. Hey, here's a reason to come back to Dwarf Fortress. You got another mode to play. I piss in your general vomit. What? While calculating its density? Naturally. I mean, how are you going to pass through a puddle of vomit without knowing the density of the vomit first? Maybe that vomit is too dense for you to pass through. Oh god, that sentence I just said. So to those of you who just added the Gremlin for Mayor tags, I would like you to know that certain tags switched to places hidden to reduce noise, and tags have been removed. So they just removed more tags 2 hours ago. So even before it was the Gremlin for Mayor tag. Also, I'm going to go take another toilet break. I don't know what's wrong with me this morning. I'll be right back. That's a quote. Speaking of quotes, I'm back. But hold on, let me see what I can do with this quote, Pablo. There we go, quote added. Yeah, because I don't trust you guys with that level of power. I don't even trust my mods with that level of power. I think Hobo can add quotes. I'm pretty sure Hobo's the only person who can actually add quotes on my stream, though. You'd trust Hobo with power? I mean, as somebody who's like split Airbnbs with him multiple times, yeah, I too trust Hobo with power. I wouldn't trust you with like anything. Well, that's not totally true, Animal. I wouldn't trust you with the ability of making quality jokes. How's that? That I want to see again. I have to be willing to look at it and go, yeah, I want to remember that. In order for me to quote it. An annual tribute has arrived. All right, I gotta write this down for stone. How much power? How much power does it take to fully charge a Tesla? Because whatever that is, because Hobo has a Tesla, so. You trust Animal is it. You trust Animal is gift subs. You trust Animal is gift subs. I'm sorry, what? To not is? Oh, so you trust Animal to gift subs is what you're saying. Fair. Also, by the way, Animal, seriously, a massive thank you, because that was the first raid that I've gotten today, by the way. In case you didn't know that. Did I not open the front door? No, we didn't. Okay, I guess that the merchants took the shorter route. I'm sorry, hold on a second, what? I'd never realized that the horse was listed as a merchant before. That's a really big number, Pablo. You thought you were Diamond. Diamond doesn't even have that many. Diamond's like down to normal people numbers again. 100k watts? Okay, so whatever, however many like watts you need to power a Tesla battery is how many watts I would trust Hobo with. Because he seems pretty trustworthy. I mean, he drove it halfway across the country. Oh, like, that's got to be pretty safe, eh? See, I prefer gigawatt hours because 1.21 gigawatts is just more fun to say than kilowatt. Come on, I don't want to kill no watts. I just want to be a man with crazy hair screaming 1.21 gigawatts. Because who doesn't like Doc Brown? I mean, come on. Oh my god. Almost an extra screen. All right, well, let's slaughter the animals that they just brought. Apparently, we also caught a bunch of emus, which I can slaughter. Or we caught a bunch of emus. So gander, eagle, peacock. Gander, eagle, peacock! Sometimes you gotta take a gandered eagle or a peacock. You want to be a crazy man with hair again, but instead you're just a crazy man with no hair. By the way, I gotta give this guy a proper shout out, because if you want to see a completely unhinged stream in the best way possible, go follow Casual Elephant. Because like, I never thought I would see a stream that like needs, or that has a like. Just throw this out there. This person's channel has the most advanced fart bot I've ever seen on Twitch. I don't think that there's a more advanced fart bot anywhere on Twitch, in fact. And the number of, like, scenes he's got, like, hooked into a stream deck, I assume, is, manic. It's like cardboard cowboy levels of, why do you have a scene for that? What the fuck? As me, where I just have this, and that. Also turn camera off. I'm very advanced. I have like 8 scenes. But you know what? Always update OBS and nothing ever breaks, so it's kind of fun. Like I was looking at a Discord for another streamer that I watch sometimes, and they were setting up this stream this morning, and I updated OBS, and like it was just like mass emergency tech support between like her 2 mods, and like half of her chat just like in her Discord earlier trying to figure out how to unbreak half of her scenes. And I'm sitting here just like while I'm streaming going, have no scenes, have no problems. He's literally your biggest inspiration. I high-fived Cardboard Cowboy at a TwitchCon once. He's a cool dude. But yeah, it's that kind of broadcasting to me just like hurts my brain, because I have one skill, and that's I can talk mildly entertaining like, and that's about it. Yay, we're rendering fat. Get 1080p fat. That means that I can probably make soap soon. Did I not make lye? But yeah, go follow Casual Elephant. The difference is you stream like Dwarf Fortress sometimes, whereas like Cardboard Cowboy doesn't. That motherfucker. Is it the high FPS fat? Oh, it's definitely like at the very least 60 FPS fat. Did I like literally not? Okay, hold on. Let's just queue up 30 Ash. Let's queue up. So I swear that I made lye, but I guess not. And 30 lye. And then I'll queue up soap after that. Unless maybe I made charcoal when I was intending to make ash, which I've definitely done. NDI plugins to send its footage to another PC's OBS so they can swap more seamlessly from garage streaming to I mean, that's how you set up like mobile streaming setups. Like I was talking to Cooters ages ago about her. This was at like PAX 2019 maybe? PAX West probably around that time. Anyway, I was talking to her about her streaming backpack setup, and she has like an instance of OBS running in a Raspberry Pi in her backpack, which connects to her phone's network, which connects directly to OBS running at her home PC. So if she disconnects while she's outside, instead of the whole stream going down, it just swaps to the instance on the PC that is just showing a BRB screen or technical difficulties screen. So like instead of the entire thing, did the dwarf lie? I'm not going to ask the dwarf, honestly. I think that would be a very traumatizing thing to ask them for. Speaking of lying, how's Farana doing? Hey, still not depressed. Yeah, but like hearing how she built it by herself is like kind of fantastic though, because she built it on her own. Which is just, it's interesting to learn how that shit works. She basically just like looked at what the gun run was doing with the unlimited IRL stuff and just like mimicked it. Which is cool. Also, with all of this talking about lying, I'm now just thinking about I Fucking Hate You by Godsmack for some reason. IRL toolkit? Sure. Yeah, that sounds like something. Who does bicycle messenger stuff and has set it all up? You think that for disconnects for disconnects and customer price? Yeah, no, you definitely need to do stuff for customer. I remember there was a channel a while ago that like got in trouble because they were streaming from a garbage truck while working. And there was some pretty major privacy concerns that came up around that one. I wonder if they were ever able to get that sorted out because it was a neat stream. Dwarves are here to trade. But yeah, I don't know. A lot of the fancy stuff that you can do with Twitch is it's just not what interests me. I'm not here for crazy effects and whatnot. I'm just here to babble into a microphone for 8 hours and hopefully that still entertains people in 10 years. Although I will say this. This is kind of a hot take, and that's I genuinely believe that branding yourself as yourself, regardless of how produced your stream is more sustainable in the long term than branding yourself as a named character. People get bored of named characters. And so do you. And rebranding as a different named character is way harder than simply just being yourself. Hey Narf, what up? Dwarves do indeed be dwarfing. That new area out in Cud yet? I've been like staring at Anormal's Twitter and I want that to be out of the beta branch. I can never, and I always seem to miss when things do pop out of the beta branch. Beta tonight? Okay. I'm your liaison from Mountains. Let's discuss your situation. It's been on alpha already. Yeah, I know it's been in the patron alpha branch or whatever it's called. I'm waiting for it to hit the main branch. When it hits the main branch, I'll dive in. Unless that happens to be like the same week Dwarf Fortress comes out, in which case, sorry, I got priorities. But once it's like out of the beta branch and like into the main branch, I'll play it. Looking forward to that though. I'm looking forward to get horribly murdered, like I usually do. Like the idea of being able to change characters, it's like how you're a different person when you talk to family and friends. Sure. I mean, but that doesn't change the fact that my hot take is that if you brand yourself as a character, it's less sustainable in the long term. Because I've seen so many character streamers over the years adopt a persona, get tired of it, and then try and change that persona, and it destroys their channel. Is that code if anyone wants to unlock the alpha for the night? Yes. I don't know that particular person, but I don't want to just like blatantly like blurt out names or anything here, but there's plenty of examples of people that were pretty dedicated to an overly animated character, and circumstances or life or personality changes or anything really can ruin that. I think he burnt out on it pretty hard. Yeah, it's usually what happens. It's usually what happens. I mean, there's some exceptions to that, obviously, you know. You know, someone like Skinned Teen is an example, where her, like, PNG tuber or whatever the fuck, it's just her. So she doesn't use a camera. So it's like that's kind of not quite the same thing. It's just when people design and write a character and play that character, it's like, yeah, maybe you can play that character for 10 years, but You'll get tired of that character eventually. Would make a great psychedelic band name. You know, like anything in CUD would make a great psychedelic band name. Skinned teen, you got tired of her character when she started? I'll be honest, her like avatar is so fucking tiny I don't even see it. Like it's just like this tiny little thing at the bottom left. Like I don't even notice it half the time. Because of the hype? Anything interesting happen? Marv? Need to wobble off to have food. Have a food. Wait, what? You need to wobble off to bed, have a food one? I'm going to chalk that one up to a typo. Have a good one, animal. Good night. You relearned how to do most of the game. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I fully understand people coming back to Dwarf Fortress because launch, but I'll be honest, I do not understand why so many people are playing the game for the first time. I keep on encountering, like, brand new players right now. And it's just like, I understand that you're excited, but just give it a couple weeks. I finally noticed, do you always say have a food one? Beg your pardon? You have returned. Congratulations on your triumphant return, Cosmic King. King of the Cosmos. Very different person. Here's hoping the menus don't change too much in the reskin. I mean, functionality-wise? Or presentation-wise? It's presentation-wise... That is completely fucking different. Functionality, mostly the same from what I can tell. That one continent is called the Big Continent. One of my favorite, like, Dwarf Fortress naming things was I had a fortress on a haunted lake, and the lake was really fucking annoying. It was just constantly raining this goo that would give the dwarves a permanent fever, which basically just makes them kind of clumsy and like less accurate and less effective at tasks and way slower. And it's permanent when they get it. And shortly after embarking on this lake, I realized it was called the Stupid Lake. So we settled on that stupid fucking lake, and turns out it was a real stupid lake. And already in December 6th. I do not have access to the game, if that's what you're asking. I just stare at the screenshots a lot. And there's, like, footage of a lot. Like, there's footage of the military screen on the KitFox YouTube channel. And just, like, if you want to see how different it actually is, and it is quite different. I mean, it is, like, 90% of my YouTube revenue right now. So I kind of am benefited by looking at it very closely. But I don't know. I think that the menus should be different, because as much as I like the current game's UI, I don't think it benefits them in the slightest to like keep it even remotely similar. I think it only benefits them to redo all the UI, and they've already done that. So Speaking of false information, I was watching a stream last night, and the person playing was having some trouble with garlic. And someone in their chat, or not with garlic, with vampires. There was a vampire in their fort. Someone in the chat convinced them that if they feed the vampire garlic, the vampire will die, which is not true. They were like, just grow tons of garlic. He's like, actually, is that a thing? And he goes, yeah, just grow lots of garlic. It's like, yes, December 6th at 7 a.m. my local time. It's like 1400 hours UTC. Took them long enough? Well, I mean, they announced it in 2019, right? And they started working on it in spring 2020 because they had a patch to finish for us old folk. So, 2 years? Yeah, it's pretty quick. Just over 2 years. Like, as far as, like, a full UX rebuild and, like, an entire graphical overhaul, yeah, it's a very reasonable amount of time. You know, honestly, like, it's very funny to me because everyone's like, it took them long enough. It's like, fuck, like, I waited literally a decade for Bannerlord. Fucking hell, 2 years is nothing. Especially considering you could just go play the game right now. It's like, fucking took them long enough. Come on, give them more credit. It was, like, weirdly fast, actually, by Dwarf Fortress's standards. You've been working all that time on the UI for CUD, and you're halfway done, maybe. Yeah, like I was gonna just ask, like, how long has it taken you guys to, like, get, like, the CUD for the CUD for UI, the UI for CUD, like, to a point where it's functional and people like it? It's like a long time. Bannerlord, let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about Bannerlord. Let's not talk about Routine. Anybody remember when Routine was announced the first time? Let's not talk about, I don't know if Bannerlord turned out good. I played the early access release version. It was fine. Let's talk about how this video game a while ago used to joke about how they were going to release before Duke Nukem Forever. Yeah. Bannerlord turned out average? Sure. Hey, they put out a game eventually. Okay, but here's the thing, right? Star Citizen is in a Dwarf Fortress situation now where you can just give them like $20 and play Star Citizen. Like you do not, and it's free to play pretty frequently. Like you could just go play Star Citizen. Star Citizen is the exact same situation as Dwarf Fortress now, where it's like, who fucking cares how long it takes? Because if you actually care, you'll just go play it, right? And that's how I feel about Dwarf Fortress. It's like, who cares? Because if you care, you'll play it. Star Citizen is a bad example. Duke Nukem Forever. Now, that's a name I've not heard in a long, long time. Absolutely, yeah. I'm right there with you. Right there with you, dude. Let's give them training weapons. What else can I sell them? Those random blood barrels. Made a Mastodon account? What now? That's a good question. What server are you on? I don't know how you have yours set, but if you type my at username at domain here for me, so for me it would be at blindIRL at mass.to, you'll find me and you can follow me. Also, hey, Neil found me on Mastodon. Cool. Hi, Neil. Bam! Orange gifted a sub to Bastet. Thank you very much for gifting a sub, Orange. Appreciate you, mate. You can finally force some of your friends to give it a shot. Totally. Yeah, and now we just need it to have lots and lots and lots of very positive reviews so that other newbies who've never tried playing it before can stumble in and try it too. For the 6th. You should start prepping for the 6th. Yeah, might as well build a following elsewhere. Although I will say that the gamedev.place seems to be a neat thing to keep an eye on when it comes to Mastodon. Hello, Moldy Fuzz. You used to be on the Fediverse, but realized social media sucks in general, even if it's open. Oh, it does. And it does, yes. But social media is part of my job, and so I need some connection to it, even if I fucking hate it. Speaking of things I don't fucking hate, how you doing, Clino? Sup, man? How's your day been? And then slowly show them the good old version of ASCII DF Glare. Here's the thing, Dream Icelander. Post 1.0, or not post 1.0, post premium, I suppose. Once I'm streaming the Steam version, I'm gonna have a channel points redemption to force me into ASCII. For all those poor suckers! Suffer like we did! And it'll be a good time. I can't even remember what that's from. Suffer like G did? Isn't that like a... I remember it being a thing that people referenced in like 2015, but I can't actually remember the source material of Suffer Like G did. I want to say it's like Shogun Total War or something. Is it from House of the Dead 2? I swear to God it's also in Shogun Total War, like the first one. But that definitely sounds like something that would be from House of the Dead 2. It's just, it's one of those like video game references that's just like burned into my brain. Oh no, I'm confusing it with Shameful Display is what I'm confusing it for the Shogun thing. Shogun is definitely Shameful Display. Oh yeah, sounds like a good way to go about it, Moldy. Sounds like a good way to go about it. Twitter is largely how I discover interesting game devs to follow. It's like things like itch.io, following people on itch also helps. But it's a discovery platform for me, right? I use it as part of my job doing this. While waiting the Steam version, you're learning to play the classic version. You enjoyed a lot of the fact that you're under... You enjoy a lot of the fact that you're... Enjoy a lot the fact that I'm not understanding a lot of things. So you're enjoying the fact that you don't understand a lot of things? Sorry, I'm having a hard time deconstructing that sentence. Brand new releases, you started with Phobos, I think? Oh, really? Oh, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing. If I wasn't a person who created content on the internet as my job, I'd be living in a fucking cabin in the woods with no internet connection. Like, I'd be that person. So I poke social media with a 15-foot pole, but if I was just big enough that I didn't actually need social media, co-host seems pretty nifty. Post blogs over there sometimes, maybe. But, like, if I was big enough where I didn't need social media and people just reached out to me, I would probably just go that way. And then just be like, talk to me on my email. Run everything through Firebird and say, fuck the rest of the planet. Host on my own email servers locally and, you know. Well, technically I can't because I'm disabled and can't drive. So I can't go hide in the woods that requires car driving distance. There's other reasons why I don't do it. Also, fuck giving Elon Musk money in any format, so absolutely not getting Starlink. Fuck that kind of stupid goddamn sky pollution garbage. Disgusting. I mean, hey, Moldy, if it works. Cabin in the Woods, great movie. I will say that though. Great movie. Hilarious movie. I should rewatch Cabin in the Woods. Cabin in the Woods was a fun movie. Emergent confusion is all the hotness. True. Yeah. French inside. I got you. You like the fact that there's a lot of things to discover by just experiences and mistakes. Yeah, totally. I mean, if you're the kind of person who enjoys like RPing with yourself and just, you know, exploring systems, Dwarf Fortress is literally heaven. It's like Dwarf Fortress and NetHack. It's just like, cool. Why do you need another video game? I mean, maybe buy Caves of Cud. I have to say that because Narf's here. I'm playing and really loving Cosmoteer. Cosmoteer just, to me, looks like easier to get into Star Sector from the little bit of that I played. Don't forget Rogue. Rogue sucks. Rogue's important, sure, but Rogue sucks. NetHack is, like, better in every single fucking way. But, like, also it's a build-your-own-ship game, whereas Star Sector isn't. It's like, there are... You've not gotten into Star Sector? I played Star Sector back when it was called Starfarer, and then they had to change the name of it because Starfarer is a board game. I actually do have it installed on my computer, but I haven't launched it. Yeah, I mean, Star Sector is like a build-your-own fleet game, but it's also a 4X. It's also a 4X. It's also like a political strategy game, but you also build fleets, except you purchase ships that are pre-designed instead of like just placing down little squares to build a ship. Star Sector is kind of just Mountain Blade in space. Yeah, it's kind of it's less ship construction and more like empire construction, whereas Cosmoteer is kind of like a lighter version of that, but you construct your own ships. But yeah, I've seen some people having a lot of luck with Cosmoteer and enjoying it. It's nice to see that game finally come out too, because I remember seeing that game on itch like, I don't know, 2018 or something, and going, man, that looks cool. I hope it gets actually released as a full product at some point. Now it's out and it's selling well, and that makes me happy. It's like, yay, they did it! You released a video game! Woo! Now you just have to work on it for years. Yay! How much time is a year in Dwarf Fortress? Depends on how many times I pause. It's like FTL meets Rimworld meets Elite. I don't know if FTL is fair, because FTL has a lot more moment-to-moment strategy that's not available to you in Cosmoteer. But sure. To me, like, Cosmoteer is just, like... And same with Star Sector. Those games are just top-down X. You can, but I don't know. I didn't encounter the same amount of like micro depth, I suppose. Like you can pause and target and close rooms and stuff, but it didn't seem as deep in the moment to moment. But whatever. I've only played 2 hours of the game, so I can't really say. I mean, a day is supposed to be about 30 seconds. If you're running at 50 FPS, a day is supposed to be about 30 seconds in Dwarf Fortress. There's 30 days in a month, and there's 12 months in a year, and they don't vary. Calling it 2DX is just no. That's what all space games are to me. Is they're all just X variants. Because I've played so much X, and all space games are the same. X is a franchise of first-person space games. No, I played like 1,000 hours of X2. You have a friend asking about Longdeath? Okay. Well, most people shouldn't attempt it or hear of it. You really do pause too much? Yeah, time dilation in Dwarf Fortress is kind of wild. I played X2 Rebirth a shit ton. So, I think it was Rebirth? X2 something. Need to go look it up. Hold up. Those games are so generic. No, it was X Reunion. No, that's X3. Yeah, because I played X2 The Threat and then X3 Terran Conflict were the ones I played the most. Which are like 2003 and 2008 games. I have the discs somewhere. X Rebirth is not your favorite? Yeah, no, I don't think I played Rebirth. Yeah, no, Rebirth has like... the reason my brain automatically goes to Rebirth is that's the one that's recommended to me on Steam the most frequently. I tried playing X4 and fucking hated it. I was like, this flight model sucks. And then I installed the game. Which, yeah. Burb indeed. Pause Fortress, best Fortress? Yeah. I mean, time in adventure mode does not equal time in Fortress mode. Very important distinction. They are not the same thing. Did you see a dead body? I think that there's a corpse in these trees somewhere and I can't find it. It was supposed to be a math joke? Whoosh. At one point, I was trying to cut out this chunk of mountain, and I kind of want to go back to that. But yeah, I don't know. I'm a bad person to talk to about space games, though, because I find all space games boring. I've never actually played a space game that I've genuinely been like, man, that was a fun and enjoyable experience. Space games for me are always just, oh, it's that again. Cool. Even though there's plenty of space games in the past I've enjoyed, they're always just that again. And I mean, I'd barely even call Outer Wilds a space game. When I'm talking about space games, I mean things like X. I mean things like Elite. I mean things like Outer Wilds is a adventure game that just happens to be in a spaceship. It's not really a space game. Like, you're not flying to Station A and then going to Station B, taking a combat contract, flying to Sector Y, and then blowing up 4 pirates, collecting their gear, and then flying back to the station and turning in the mission. That's a space game, right? Whereas, like, yes, Outer Wilds takes place in space, but it's, like, just an adventure game in its structure. Yeah, it's because people who complain about lag either A, played the game 5 to 10 years ago and back when the game was really laggy, Cosmic, or B, are playing some weird Frankenstein's monster, like, modded version of the game, or C, are just playing the game so horrendously poorly and refuse to take advice from other people that they just, and they're stuck in that, like, noise circle of the Dwarf Fortress runs like shit. that they refuse to believe people when they say, actually, you can fix your lag problems if... Dwarf Fortress is like City Skylines, especially in Fortress mode, where it will eventually run like shit. If you build big enough, it will eventually start to slow down. I will say that, like, adventure mode has some absolutely catastrophically terrible frame rates in certain places. Like, if you go to a location with like 5,000 people in adventure mode, your game will run at 1 frame per minute. But like, just avoid the big cities and you're fine. The problem is the big cities have a lot of the coolest content in adventure mode. So like these are things that need to be worked on before it can be released. But new to the bloody cats, even cats, like, unless you have like 400 to 500 animals running around your fortress, like, you're not gonna run into that many problems. Like, a lot of those issues are just rather over exaggerated. And then, like, there's like this weird community of people that hear, oh, Dwarf Fortress doesn't have multi-threading? Okay, then it still runs like ass without actually testing it. Yeah, I mean, also, lots of cats just means lots of meals. The only real problem with cats is cats can claim owners, whereas no other animal can do that. With other animals, you need to allow the creature to be made available so that it can be claimed by an owner. Whereas with cats, they can just do that independently of the player, which is why you need to neuter cats. But they don't always do that. So it's just once they've been claimed as a pet, you can't slaughter it because it's somebody's pet. That's mean. Oh, looks like my Mastodon server's down again. Oh, never mind. No, it's back. Cool. What's the population? 46, including merchants. Plus 14 animals. I had about 200 unicorns, though. But the humans slaughtered the vast majority of them, which I'm still mad about. You're mostly going to stay in fort mode now. Adventure mode is a strange beast. The unicorn incident? Well, it's more just like a bunch of humans showed up and murdered all my unicorns. That wasn't really an incident. They just murdered my unicorns. Those motherfuckers, they murdered my unicorns. But yeah, it's been pretty steady around 30 to 35. For quite a while now, Clino. It's a strange one to get used to. Yeah. It doesn't mean it's bad, but it's just, it's strange. It's not bad, it's just strange. Wondering if I should build an obsidian printer up here somewhere. Be really easy to do. Also getting hungry. I might go get my lunch soon. I don't have sandwiches this week because I wasn't able to buy bread because the grocery store the day I went to it was all like, our debit machines are down, so we can only take cash. And I was like, all right, I'll save the $15 that I was gonna spend. So I just have Soba noodles. So I'm going to be eating soba noodle salad all week, which is fine because I have a stockpile of soba noodles. But yeah, adventure mode is a weird thing. I think I just hope that the format that it gets released in is a much better put together version than the game currently is. Elk bird intestine roast. The ingredients are exceptionally minced reindeer liver, exceptionally minced chopped giant mole liver, and exceptionally minced giant cave toad tripe, and exceptionally prepared elk bird intestines. I have absolutely no idea how we got elk bird. Did I purchase it off somebody? I must have. Because we're not hunting elk bird. That much is for sure. Also, Clino, in case you're wondering, we're in the year 431, getting close to 432, meaning the fortress is 426 years old, about to be 427. But I think the plan for today is we will clear like 2 years in game, and then we're gonna swap over to the Rim of Savants and play some Stonewater, because that fort is much more exciting. With a lot more stuff going on. It's much bigger too, at least in its population. You were glad you got to be here for year 420. I will admit year 420 is probably going to be one of the most memorable years of this entire fortress for me, purely because of how crazy chat went. Like, genuinely, I don't think I'm ever going to have a better day than that. At least not in this era. It was just Mimi, though. It was a good kind of Mimi. You know, back in my day, people used to call memes memes. That's what kids used to refer to them as when I was growing up. You just had a safety meeting. Old WoW clans speak for a weed break. Oh. A safety meeting, hey? So I'm going to Las Vegas next week for a short weekend vacation before I really just crank up the amount of output I do for Dwarf Fortress Premium. So I'm going on like a very short weekend vacation, staying with one of my mods for a bit and then flying back. I'll be back Monday, but I was looking at the price of weed in Las Vegas. I'm just gonna not buy weed when I'm in Vegas. I'm just not gonna do that. Holy shit, it's expensive down there. Jesus Christ. It's like a pre-roll costs more than an ounce up here. Like I just bought an ounce of weed for like $50 and I could get 3 pre-rolls on the strip for it was like 40 US. I was like, oh my god, okay. A lot of things are expensive in Vegas. I mean, it certainly doesn't seem that way outside of the city. Like the rest of Nevada, it seems to be perfectly normal priced, but so I will survive off of Hobo's supply. And from what I can tell, he's got plenty, so. That's just crazy cheap. I live in Canada, and Canada is a mythical place. Like 250 to 400 an ounce. Like, if you want to spend a lot on an ounce of weed here, maybe 120 bucks. And that's like an expensive ounce. But if you go gray market, you can get it even cheaper than I do. Like, you can get, like, weed for cheaper than cigarettes. Here. if you go gray market. I don't go gray market. I just wait for sales. And I had a $10 discount because of a loyalty coupon, plus they had a seasonal sale on a strain I like, and it was like, well, I'm buying an ounce of weed for 50 bucks. You basically need to get married to like move to Canada. You basically need to get married to a Canadian. And even then, like, you're not guaranteed to get it. Let's close these drains because I don't need them open anymore. I mean, here you can get 3 pre-rolls for anywhere from 10 to 30 bucks, depending on the pre-roll. Hear that, chat room? Orange is single. Canada's also more north. I mean, to give you an idea, I'm in a very temperate part of Canada, and currently and for the last 2 weeks, it's been hovering around freezing. So we went from like 20 to 25 degrees Celsius during the day, which was nice, to 2 weeks later, it being like -1 at night and 0 during the day. With wind chill, it feels like -10 though. It's been quite nice, actually. I hope it stays this way for the rest of winter. Don't like that stupid warm weather that we keep getting. It's annoying. Banff is like 20 below according to the news. Banff is far away from me, okay? That's like the difference between like one end of England and like the far end of Scotland. But yeah, no, I absolutely do not like hot weather. I always want to go further north. Right now, as is fluctuating between highs and teens in the 25s range. Ugh. You know, like, the only reason my friend was able to convince me to go to Vegas this week is he's like, it's about 15 degrees Celsius during the day right now. And I was like, really? It's like, that I can tolerate. It's like, I would never be able to go to Vegas in the summer. I would fucking die. Okay, well, like, the weather here versus the weather in Whitehorse is not a fair comparison. In the winter, yeah. In the summer, fuck no. I mean, I was outside last night taking out my trash in a t-shirt, and it was snowing. Like, there were snowflakes coming down, and I was in a t-shirt just, like, running my garbage out. I can't, like, it doesn't matter. Dry heat, cold heat. If it's heat that's above about 24 degrees Celsius, I can't be outside in it. It doesn't matter if it's drier or not. I can't be outside in it. I will get sick. It's like riding through an air dryer. I have no interest in going to Taiwan. I honestly, I have almost no interest in going to anywhere in Asia. Just period. I've always been one of those people where it's like, if I could pick somewhere like very different to go, it's like, I'd love to go to Iceland. I'd love to go to Finland. I'd love to go to Denmark. I'd love to go to the Netherlands. I'd love to go to, yeah. You would move there too? I don't know if I'd move there, but I like Iceland is like one of the few places in the world where like you could convince me to do like a 1-year work visa and just like move there for a year. That would be something I'd be tempted to do. You know what I want to do for an eating tour, Clino? Sorry, I completely ignored your message, Death. I'll get back to you. Something that I would love to do on an eating tour is Hobo, who I'm staying with in Las Vegas. His family, due to their business, imports a lot of food from Mexico. And before the pandemic, him and me were genuinely sitting here talking about, like, what if we just, like, go to Mexico and, like, travel along the border and just go from food town to food town to food town to food town and just live off of street food for, like, 2 weeks? Which is something I really want to do. I just need to do it at a time of year where I won't fucking die. You know? They have gigabit in every home, basically. I mean, I have gigabit here. Howdy, gamers. What's up, NetJam? Scrolling up, though. You hear about Dwarf Fortress Steam Workshop? I saw a post on the subreddit. I'm not sure if that Blind IRL guy is trustworthy. He's definitely not trustworthy. Don't trust a thing Blind IRL says. It's definitely biased to force you to dig deeply and greedily. Considering this Blind IRL guy cared more about posting the Dwarf Fortress trailer on /r Games than he did about posting his own video for the embargo. Like, I actually cared. It's true. I cared more about getting a post on /r Games right as the embargo went up than I did about posting my own video. I sat there, made sure my post went through, and then posted my video. This is like, I need this karma. 6,500 karma easy. Fuck yeah. I'm such a karma whore. Yes, it's true, Diamond. It's true. Also, NetJam Jr., since you're here. Yeah. You felt enjoyment when playing Make-Believe and you're 3 years old. Congratulations. You're sitting in a pile of used clothing in your bedroom. Very much checks out like a small kid would. Food always makes you happy. So does alcohol, apparently. I just want to play D&D. Let you. I was reading your dwarf's thoughts. Come on. Unless your dwarf's thoughts are insulting to you, in which case, I don't know. Back to lurking. Enjoy your lurking. There's supposed to be fantastic food in Vegas and cheap, fantastic food off the strip. Yeah, I mean, I'll need to do some food stuff when I'm in Vegas, but night one, my priority is eat dinner and pass out. Day two, priority is hang out and then go see a monomarth in a bowling alley, which is the actual reason I went to Vegas in the first place. The actual reason I'm going to Vegas in the first place is to see a monomarth in a bowling alley. And then day two, maybe we'll do some food stuff. But first day in a bit, it's like priority number one is don't die, get down there, and see a monomarth in a bowling alley. Swim in a pool, because fuck it, it's winter in Vegas. And going on a hike the last day. It should be fun. Good win, Diamond. You're back on the rise to riches. I couldn't either, but I happen to have a friend who's staying there for an extended period of time who also, like, offered me a sofa to sleep on, and I needed an excuse to go on a short vacation. So, it just made sense. It's not that, like, of my own volition, if there was nobody for me to hang out with in Vegas, there's no fucking reason for me to go to Vegas, and I never would do it. Literally, the only reason I'm doing it is because I have a friend I can hang out with. Also, a friend who I like to hang out with who normally happens to be in Florida. And, you know, the difference between flying from Vancouver to Vegas and Vancouver to Florida is like $300 to $600. So the flight from here to Vegas is like generally under $300. The flight from here to Florida, significantly more expensive. So, I don't know, it just makes sense. Hey, Darren, how's things? I have a nightclub in Taipei you went to because it was open at 4 a.m. and it was on a roof and it had an infinity edge with a pool to chill in. Oh, really? That's just reminding me of TwitchCon when a certain streamer I know got shoved into a pool. Nightclubs and pools to me seem like a bad combination. It seems like a really good way to damage your phone. It's like, nothing about that seems smart. The problem with watching YouTube videos about places to eat, especially if they're heavily viewed YouTube videos, is that those places are probably really busy. Generally. We're having a busy update day today. I keep getting version number updates pinged at me. Also, I'm kind of shocked by how many upvotes my, by the way, there's now Steam Workshop officially in Dwarf Fortress post on Reddit. I'm amazed at how much conversation that's started. Version numbers. Yeah, well, you can see them on the back end. Okay. Change number. Version numbers. They're patching things. Someone patched something 31 minutes ago. It just means that they're uploading files. So change number from version 16664.860 to 16664 or 4005. There you go. Hiya, white dog. What's up? NetJam, you're not talking about the TwitchCon thing, are you? Person breaking their back, or are you talking about something else? I don't know where that statement came from. It just kind of came out of nowhere. That whole thing was fucked up. I don't believe I brought up a foam pit at all today, but maybe I did. Although that wasn't a foam pit, that was a concrete pit. Oh no, I was talking about, I said nightclubs and pools are a bad combination because I was at a party at TwitchCon in 2019. Yeah, it was at 2019 on the roof of the Hard Rock and somebody got shoved into a pool. Because there was a pool on the roof of the Hard Rock. And I just said that that's a really good way to lose your phone. I didn't go to TwitchCon this year, so. I was just bouncing off of what Narf was saying about pools at nightclubs. Yeah, that's what I was referring to. I actually don't know what the legal situation with that is, but it's like the booth was a Lenovo booth. It was a Lenovo / some other company booth. So you've lost a phone that way? Yep. All right, I think, since the game is being a little calm right now, and we're in early winter, I think I'm going to lock the dwarves in the tavern briefly. I'm trying to solve all of your little weird bugs before you push the beta out today. Yeah, that makes sense. It's part of the job. I think I'm going to take, chat, I'm going to take 5. I'm going to go stab myself with my needles and do my injections real quick, and I will return with a bowl of soba noodle salad. All right? I will be back in a couple of minutes, unless I just eat it. I'm not sure. But meal prep's quick for this, so I will be a couple of minutes while I grab lunch, because I've been streaming for 5 hours, and I'm hungry. So don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to. If you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat room, and I will be right back.
You fucking donkey!
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Woo!
Oh, dude,
Yeah,
fuck yeah, dude. That's
Good
fucking
job.
sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Cheese for everyone!
Streamers away, start a hype train.
This is Sparta!
Nuclear vessels.
What did you do, chat? All right, I return. I ate noodles and it was good.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it.
Raz, thank you very much for gifting a tier 2 sub to Cosmic King. Ralph Peak, thank you very much for $1, and thanks for pretending you're Sparta, Darren. It has to be manually enabled. I don't do them for gifts. I only do them if they're paid for, Raz. Because it's hard enough to keep track of them as is. So, if they're gifted, I consider them just a plain tier sub. Because every now and again, somebody like Animal gifts 40 out or something stupid. And then it's like, well, I'm not going to keep track of all of those names. Or have a hard enough time managing it as is. So unless it's like that person paying for it, I just don't bother. Especially with the tier 3s. It's just like a logistical thing on my end. But, I don't know. The sound commands are a weird thing anyway. I run them differently than a lot of people run them because I know that they don't scale if they're public. Unless you want your channel to just be a constant soundboard, which I really don't. It's a paid for perk for people who pay to keep the channel running. Train? Sure. Yep. You've always found sounds to be pretty underwhelming as a viewer. They're, like I said, they're primarily a Patreon reward. It's primarily all that they are. Already bought me some coffee. Well, the coffee's supposed to be anonymous, so you know I'm not going to say anything, even though I see it. Thank you. The whole point of coffee is it's supposed to be silent. Do you normally adjust the size of my area before embarking, or you're confused about how you should change mines? I just leave it default, unless you have some idea of what you're doing. You have received a community award! I'm sorry, what? Name?
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Thanks for the 69 cents. Did you move it up? I don't even... But thank you for the 69 cents. I receive a community award. Oh, for saying let's go. Okay. Oh, it did level up. Shit. It looked like it died on my end. But yeah, if you want me to react to tips, don't buy coffee. If you want me to react and respond to tips, Raz, you gotta go via Streamlabs. Which also doesn't take a cut for whatever that's worth. Because the whole purpose of coffee for this channel is that's to donate anonymously and silently. So I will not respond or react to coffee in any amount. Because that's not the purpose of it. Streamlabs, the general donate button. The one that makes the big loud explosion pop up on the stream with the text-to-speech and all the other bullshit that, like, I don't know, gets people going. So, if you want me to respond to tips, don't pop into the chat and say, I gave you coffee. It's like, well, I try not to look at that while I'm streaming. Because I just see an email, I don't see usernames, I don't know exactly who it is. I see real names in some cases if it goes through PayPal. If they have that on their PayPal, so I'm not gonna respond because I need to like manually open it up and check on the dashboard. I never have the tab up. I see the emails come in, so I know they're there, but I'm just trying to like make sure that you have the right expectations for when you tip me via coffee. Date Nerd, thanks for the 23rd month. Welcome back.
Howdy.
Where do you donate flesh? Via becoming an organ donor. I think you can do that through your family doctor. But thank you very much for the Prime sub, Date Nerd. It's good to have you around. Welcome back. Well, turn that off. Let's do this. You know, I'll be completely honest, I've never been to a DMV in my life, so I wouldn't have any idea in the first place. That's just one of the questions they ask when they update your license. As somebody who doesn't have a license in the first place, I wouldn't know what they would ask there. That is not where I want that to go. I'm trying to figure out how I can make a little obsidian generator here. You have to pee in a cup for your driver's license? I'm even more concerned that you say, well, not my pee. I have to pee in a cup for my driver's license. Well, not my pee. Uh-huh. Whose pee then? I know it's funny being in Winnipeg. You kind of, being in Winnipeg and how the transit is, you kind of miss TrashLink. People who think that TransLink is bad have never lived somewhere with bad transit. Like, is it the best public transit in the world? Absolutely not. But it's perfectly passable. These TransLink buses show up. You know, it's just... Winnipeg is one of those places that I just have absolutely no desire to go to. There's nothing against Winnipeg. It seems like a fine enough place, but... There's just nothing about it that's appealing to me. I have family that's from Winnipeg. Doesn't change the fact that I have no desire to go there. But Winnipeg is one of those places where even people who live there are like, yep, this place sucks. It's like I too could move to somewhere I really didn't want to live, but that seems counterproductive on all fronts. This looks awful. I just hate this if I have to stare at it. I'm gonna do an obsidian printer. Need a way of getting water in here. Why so few? Pretty sure where I live is best to do there. I think you'll make it to 50 by the year end. Hey, new high score. Come on. It's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. Then, where can I know what I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to do to make this look presentable. Are gem windows lava safe? Almost a genuine question. So you need you on multiple levels, so we'll go up to here. All right, so let's go from up there. Let's just go to there, go up, down, and down. We'll dig all the way down into there. And then I need a door there and a door there. No, we just wait for a dwarf to show up. Yeah, I don't know when you were last in Vancouver, but TransLink is pretty fantastic when the routes allow them to be fantastic. There's a reason I don't really want to live anywhere else in Canada, because when I'm completely limited by where I can get via public transit, it makes it very easy to decide where I want to live and where I want to stay. Because it's like, oh yeah, sure, rent is cheaper in Edmonton, but there's no public transit. So I'd be stuck taking Ubers everywhere and taxis, and that wouldn't be cheaper. That'd be significantly more expensive to live there. When I say significant, I mean significant. But I'm going to make a little obsidian printer because I want to have some obsidian in this fort. And I'm not going to get it any other way. Because I had this really large obsidian printer design and it's just overblown and silly. Might as well just make this little one and just roll with it. We're also going to need to go around the edges of this, and also I should just cancel that because I'm going to have to channel up anyway. Not gonna find a bachelor in Vancouver for $635 a month. Okay. I have a question. Why is this always a discussion that comes up? I literally just stated to you why the rent in Vancouver is worth it for me. Right? So for me, like I pay more than that for a bachelor pad, right? But it's worth it because I'm also walking distance from SkyTrain. So the costs that would be required to live somewhere else negate that. It's like, why is this always everybody's first like assumption or statement? It's just like, yeah, I could live anywhere in Canada, sure. But I pay for the rent in Vancouver because, or in my case, Surrey, because the public transit's so good. Okay, so with your living expenses, maybe you can get a bachelor for $1,100 a month and not have to pay for car insurance. You save the money back. But it's also a redundant conversation. I fucking hate when this conversation becomes a thing because people just start adding me going, you could be more frugal if you lived elsewhere. It's like, no, because I need a car. And so that's factually wrong. As a disabled person, this is literally the cheapest place in Canada I can live. It's a lot cheaper in Vietnam, too. Gate nerd. It's also a lot cheaper in... I was going to say Russia, but... like, it's, like of course there's places that are cheaper to live. But fucking who cares? Yeah, but that's the natural evolution of this conversation every single time this conversation happens. And it always starts with the, it's because I can get somewhere affordable here. It's like, no, that's not affordable. It's only just not affordable here because of what you require to consider yourself living. That's always the way this conversation goes. And for me, it's just kind of frustrating. Especially when people like immediately start off the conversation by talking shit about literally some of the best public transit in Canada. It's like, okay, so you've already started this conversation off in a way that I don't want to continue it. Vietnam's gone up? Okay. Isn't the Philippines like an ongoing cheap hotspot? Where you just might get murdered if you smoke weed? What's up, Useless Sigma? It's like there's like people go on about how the Netherlands is super expensive to live in. It's like, yeah, but also like they literally have the best like non-car dependent society in the world, which means you save a lot of money on car insurance. So obviously things are more expensive. Makes sense. You choose to live somewhere where you don't need a car and you choose to live without a car, then suddenly, holy fuck, my living expenses go down. I just don't have the option. So... But how's things, Sigma? Hope you had a good weekend. Welcome to a little bit of Longdeath. It's just, you know, like people telling Zach and Tarn, or stating in my chat that Zach and Tarn could live off of just their, like, Dwarf Fortress crowdfunding money and not need to make the Steam version if they move to insert country here. And it's like, well, maybe they like living where they live. The Netherlands is also extremely small. Your car is 600 a month? Certainly. But the difference between 600 a month, having 600, for me, if I had to spend an extra 600 a month on anything, I would be bankrupt. I wouldn't be able to afford to live. I wouldn't be able to afford to live here or do this job. I would have to go get a second job, at least one second job, at least one other job, maybe two, depending on how many hours I got at a part-time job, or probably just quit this and go do something else because I wouldn't be able to afford to live if I needed to spend an extra 600 a month on something. So, like, 600 bucks is like the difference between whether or not I can do this job. When people talk to me about how expensive Vancouver is, it's like, nah, maybe it's your habits. It's your living conditions that you require. It's your luxuries that you require. No, see, here's the thing. Vancouver's expensive, but you don't need to live in Vancouver to be in the greater Vancouver area. Everybody looks at housing costs in Vancouver and Burnaby and goes, holy fuck, that's expensive. But you can be 15 minutes away from Burnaby, living in Surrey, close to public transit, and the difference in rent is, you know, $800 a month for a one-bedroom apartment, all the way up to $4,000. Right? Like, I technically live in the greater Vancouver area, but my rent is $950 a month Canadian. But, like, it's not even the suburbs. It's literally a different city. The suburbs would be like living in a suburb of Vancouver. Right? I don't live in the suburbs. I live in a downtown area. Like, there is high-rises all around me, but I don't live in Vancouver. But I'm a 20-minute train ride from Vancouver. You have a child incoming, so you have to buy a car at some point in the near future? Yeah, that makes it tricky. And everybody talks about how, like, oh, Vancouver is so fucking expensive. It's like, well, yes, but no. What? It's like, just live in Pitt Meadows. Don't live in Vancouver. You're a 20-minute bus ride from the nearest train, and then you're 20 minutes out of the city. So you're 40 minutes out of the city from Pitt Meadows, and it's like, rent in Pitt is cheaper than here. So, I don't know. Because at the end of the day, the only reason that this conversation comes up is because people say, well, for me, okay, end of discussion. Yeah, well, around here you have certain levels of patriotism. If you tell Port Moody that they're a suburb of Vancouver, you might get shot. If you tell Surrey that they're a suburb of Vancouver, you will get shot. Like, depending on who you tell that to, considering we have a lot of, like, local people that get very excited about the part of town that they're from. Yeah, don't go calling Surrey a suburb of Vancouver. Considering Surrey has, like, a bigger population and landmass than Vancouver. It's like Surrey's like 2 million people, whereas it's like 2.1 million people, whereas Vancouver's like 300,000. Like, sure, that makes sense for, like, LA, but, or Chicago, or or like those massive American cities, but when we're talking like much smaller cities, I grew up in a town called Wannock, which is a town of about 500 people. The nearest neighboring towns, there's two of them. So there was two towns in this tiny little patch of nowhere. It was Wannock and Ruskin, right? Each had populations of about 500 people. They had an elected mayor. school districts, their own elementary school, a couple pubs, maybe a gas station. And the houses were 2 kilometers apart. The nearest 2 towns are Mission and Maple Ridge, also previously known as Haney, right? Mission, Maple Ridge, with Wannock and Ruskin in the middle. Mission always stated that Wannock and Ruskin were a suburb of Mission. Maple Ridge always stated that Wannock and Ruskin were a suburb of Maple Ridge. But if you ask anybody from Wannock or Ruskin where they're from, and ask them if that's a suburb of one of the 2 towns, they would laugh at you and probably call you a name. So, yeah, no, that's not really how people refer to things here. If you were to do that, you'd get called a pretty nasty name, because people are very connected with where they're from around here. Especially if it's like some tiny ass esoteric, like random part of town that nobody knows. Especially that. Even if you're technically correct. So. Hello, RSG. How's things? Have you seen Art of Rail? I think it's Art of Rail. It's a new Rocketworks train game. Looks pretty okay. It's mostly in North Delta. There's a really good brewery in North Delta that I like. Well, actually, I think it's technically West Delta. Oh, fucking whatever. Well, also there's another like thing about like the Vancouver area is like different ethnic groups tend to group up in different regions. So if you tell like the East Indian population in Surrey that they are a suburb of Vancouver, they will throw racial slurs at you. And certain words Ritz makes a lot of them. And there are Graham versions of that, which gets thrown around as a racial slur, which apparently can get you banned from Twitch these days, which I'm very happy about, actually, because I used to get called that all the time by people I used to work with. They would call you a that. There's also a drug named after it. Rhymes with smacker. You went to Six Flags for the first time in 17 years. There's a game for you, RSG. Went to Six Flags. What in the world possessed you to do a thing like that? Did you have fun? I trust you had fun. You're in Milwaukee, which is a way smaller than your city. You think our metro area is like 1.5 mils, so your suburbs are much smaller. And begrudgingly will accept it. Yeah, I mean... calling a small town near Vancouver a suburb of Vancouver will get unique called names. Especially because, like, it doesn't help the fact that the vast majority of the greater Vancouver area wants abso-fucking-lutely nothing to do with North Van. East Van's pretty cool, though. I like East Van. How do politics work in DF? They don't. Which is maybe like a mean way of putting it, but they kind of don't. They're doing a Six Flags in Vegas. I could bring Six Flags to Vegas. Just wave them around when I walk around. They'll all be Canadian flags, but yeah, no. Vote Gremlin indeed, Diamond. Vote Gremlin. I think we're back into spring. Also, hey, Neil. How's things? I see you found your way onto Mastodon. That weird world is slowly growing. You know, I've never actually been to a Six Flags park. It isn't really something that ever really interested me. I've also never really been given the opportunity to go to it. Because every time I've been in, like, California or something for a vacation, it's always a situation where my sisters just, like, didn't want to go on big roller coasters or something. So let's dig this down a layer. We'll cut this out. But hope you've been well today, Neil. Hope stuff's been good. Also, I didn't know that you were moving to Vegas, RSG. Once was enough. Winnipeg, Calgary, Edmonton, Regina, Saskatoon, Toronto, and then the group starts moving into the States. That's a thing. Of all, you know, of all of those places, like that I've actually been on that list, which is Toronto, Calgary, Edmonton. I've been to Calgary, Edmonton, Regina, Saskatoon, and Toronto. There's no way you could get me back to any of those cities. It's just, New York is horrible and you can't take it anymore. I can believe that. I don't know how the hell Vegas could be any better, but they both seem to suffer from big city syndrome. Costs way less. True. I mean, you do have this sprawl problem in New York, and in order to get affordable housing, you have to go pretty far out of the city center. Surprised? What? Or what you would be surprised? I'm assuming is what you mean to say. The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. Well, shit. No, I didn't realize that you were planning it. I thought that you were like a New York for life kind of guy, RSG. But hey, it's easier for me to visit Vegas than it is for me to visit New York. Also, like, I don't know. I just wouldn't want to live in a desert. Be able to chat a bit later. Gotcha, Neil. By the way, for those of you who don't know, Neil streams. Go give Neil a follow. All right, so the enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. Makes it sound like the enemy was invited. Well, fun fact, Dwarf Fortress has invaders, guests, and uninvited guests. And uninvited guests are big monsters that want to murder you. So they are technically invited. We sent them an invitation when we threatened them in exchange for protection. It's like, we will murder you unless you bring us stuff every year. And eventually they decided to stop. All right. It's time to lock the dwarves into the tavern. And we jump down here and let them all retreat from this zone. We go down to this, and we pull the lever. That lever. This one seems like a bigger siege. This is a much more proper-sized siege. Speaking of sieges, we've also been besieged by Bellinair and friends. How was Cosmoteering today, you good old cosmonaut? Jack, can I get a round of beers for Bellinair and friends? Spell Siege, yes. So we must drown them in booze. If you guys don't know Bellinair, he has dual railguns, apparently. If you guys don't know Bellinair, he streams a variety of video games at twitch.tv/Bellinair. And we'll be playing Dwarf Fortress when... I did a shout-out less than a minute ago, so I have to wait. He'll be playing Dwarf Fortress when this releases on Steam, so... I will simply stare at the clock and wait like 30 seconds and then give him a shout-out. We got plenty. Guido. You shot a pirate station clean in half. 30 tile penetration. Is that what they call it now? You know, that game looks really cool and feels really cool, but the little bit that I played felt really grindy. But I do need to play more of it. Yeah, it's a normal human raid. Instead of a weirdly tiny one like the last one. Last one was like 10 dudes. This is actually like a full-on raid. Yep, and it's still the Confederacy of Sport. No war dogs this time, looks like. But I got so many games to play right now, it's ridiculous. It's like, I want to play Zero Sievert. There we go. There's a shot for Millionaire. I want to play Zero Sievert. I want to play Cosmoteer. Kind of want to play more of the First Men. It starts a bit slow, but it quickly becomes you cannibalizing every ship to make a bigger ship. I mean, yeah. Yeah, that's very much what it seemed like. It just, I fear that it would fall into the same problems that every space game I've ever played, which is repeating the same task over and over and over to repeat the exact same task slightly more efficiently. Yeah, it's slightly bigger scale, which gets boring to me really quickly. We were talking about the game earlier. No, they're just humans. And that, unlike repeating the same task over and over and over, even if it's a bigger explosion on the screen, I lose interest in quickly. And I've never really played a space game that's kept my mind You just want to you really want to go fight some of the bigger ships? Gotcha. Yeah, I think that like the biggest issue that I've always had with space games is just like quest variety. Like if you can figure out something other than transport thing to thing, blow up thing, find thing, or go convince thing to not blow up other thing. If you can find more than that in variety in a space game, I'm very interested. But I mean, like the only games that have really like achieved that are games that are just like, also you can settle and build a base. And then other things do the thing for you so that you don't need to do the thing. Like automation becomes like the way out of that, which is a way to do it. Like, and that's what Star Sector does. And that's what like the X games do to a degree and other space games. But like, I don't know. Like you'd think that the solution was I want to be able to get out of my ship and shoot a thing with a gun. I'm looking at you, Elite Dangerous, but based on the reviews of that expansion, I don't think that worked out so hot. But investments are up in chat if you guys want to invest your tickets, by the way. They're just sitting there. Also, hey, your APR. Those things. Well, I mean, but Stellaris isn't a space game. Stellaris is a strategy game that happens to be in space. Okay? When I say space game, I mean, like, I take spaceship and I fly spaceship around. That's what I mean when I say space game. I don't mean, like, strategy game or 4X game. Or I don't mean, like, you know, Terra Invicta, you know? When I say space game, I mean, like, Elite Dangerous. Speaking of, I'm actually kind of shocked that you haven't played Terra Invicta yet, Bill. I was very much expecting you to play that, but it looked like your kind of thing. You got to put a space between the invest and the number, Wes. Oh, shit. I got a lever to pull. None of them are going to make it, though. At least they shouldn't. I got plenty of traps between them and... Okay, here comes my dwarf to go slam the door shut. Thunk. Perfect. Yeah, you did get it right the last time, Wes, but you need to invest the number that you have. Save freeways. $149 units on map, so it's probably like 120 of them. Feels like about that. What are the U's? They're humans! Is what the U's are. They's a U. A medium-sized creature, prone to great ambition. Much to their detriment. In this dwarf colony? Yes, that's why it says siege up in the top left. Because they're attacking me. They're here to kill us all, in fact. Especially this one. Also, it's a fortress, not a colony. Colony is a very Rimworld term. We don't use that term here. This is a fortress. Do not demean my glorious fortress by referring to it as some colony. Humans make colonies. Dwarves build fortresses. Just like you wouldn't call a glorious mountain home a forest retreat. Dwarves aren't colonized. I don't know about that, but sometimes we very much do colonize, but yes. For the first time a couple of weeks ago and the lingo infected you, I'm sorry that you have to go through such pain. Whoa, Garden! How's things? Dwarves build future ruins? Depends on who's playing. Really depends on who's playing. Really kind of mostly depends on who's playing. You're really good at the game. Dwarves don't build future ruins. They build precisely what they mean to. And if what they mean to build is ruins, then they build in ruins. Speaking of ruins, though, I think that we're going to finish that little tiny obsidian printer that I was starting, or like build that little obsidian printer. Well, actually, we'll probably finish that on another week. I think that we're just gonna finish this siege, maybe make it to summer, and then we will jump to the other fort. Humans build future ruins IRL, and then they build more future ruins on top of those future ruins. I mean, like, have you seen the catacombs underneath Paris? Like, those things are fucking nuts. Kind of incredible, actually. That's just efficient? I don't know, man. GG! I owe you sound commands now, Bull Garden.
GG.
Welcome to the audio club. Thank you very much for the tier 2 subscription, and welcome back for a 10th month. How you been?
Cheese for everyone!
Well, not for everyone, just for the people who pay the appropriate amount for it. But, you know, it's basically everyone, right? Aqua got good news. What's the good news? Oh my word. Do I have to look at the Gremlin from Mayor's stream? Narvicious with the tier 1 subscription for 17 months.
Stinky cheese.
Indeed. Chat, can I get some stinky cheese for Narvicious, please? As well as a round of beers. Wogarden. We'll have a choo-tree board. Chat room, you guys want to... It's a real pity that hype trains aren't up, eh?
Hype lurk.
Wow, like the last one was, what, 36 minutes ago? Thank you very much, ArieBR, for the 49th month. So for those of you who don't know, have a look at the glorious, wonderful, awesome, fantastic Gremlin for Mayor mayoral campaign. If I were to complain about one thing on this countdown timer, I would say put like a Dwarf Fortress release day or something somewhere on here, because it's a little bit unclear for those uninitiated on our inner references, but looks rad. I can tell Kit Fox they can tweet it out now. Gremlin for Mayor is fully up and running. Gremlins aren't even dwarves, but there's gremlins in Dwarf Fortress. And they have some of the most, catastrophically incredible bugs in the game associated with them. Because they have too much power. Was basically version 1 of the headless stream. It looks great, though. And if it's officially headless now, that's fantastic. Nap time for you, Diamond. Good night. You as well. But if it's officially headless and now running 24/7, that's good news. That's great news for the Gremlins mayoral campaign. In before Gremlin starts selling ad space on the Gremlin for Mayor mayoral campaign Twitch channel, and we have to watch 30-second ad breaks every 12 seconds. It's gonna happen. Gremlin is such a sellout. I'm telling you. Because Gremlin for Mayor is basically just... so that... There's a theoretical possibility. So gremlins in Dwarf Fortress are intelligent creatures. However, they can be tamed, and they are one of the only intelligent creatures in Dwarf Fortress that can be tamed. If you tame a gremlin, because they're an intelligent creature, they can communicate with dwarves and they can talk. So all they do, theoretically, is go around and converse with your dwarves. So if somehow you can get a gremlin in your fortress in Dwarf Fort, literally the only thing they do is walk around and chat. And that's how you train speech skills in Dwarf Fortress, is talking. And because they're immortal, theoretically, they would eventually outlevel every single one of your dwarves in speech stats. To which point, they'd probably have a very high lying and comedian stat, as some examples. Which is how you get elected into a position of public office in Dwarf Fort. So if you had a pet gremlin in your fort, it's an inevitability that if you can keep it alive, it will eventually just suddenly become your mayor. Are gremlins a new thing in the Steam release? Nope. They've been in the game since the game was 2D. They serve one purpose in Dwarf Fortress. They run up to the nearest lever and they pull it. That's it. Their whole purpose in life is to pull levers and push buttons and stand on pressure plates. And ideally cause as much chaos in Dwarf Fortress as possible. One of my favorite, oh god, I'm always learning about new things in Dwarf Fortress, was there was somebody in my chat saying, you know, I know that there's demons in Dwarf Fortress, right? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, and I know there's forgotten beasts, yeah? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, and I know that there's literally hell. I'm like, yeah. It's like, it's a shame that there's no angels. I want to kill God in Dwarf Fort. And I was like, well, I hate to break it to you, but there are angels in Dwarf Fortress, and gods can be like living entities in the world, and theoretically, yes, you could kill them. So, yeah. Because, yes, there are angels in Dwarf Fortress. Yes. And because the one reason that you could possibly want to have a gremlin as your mayor, Sigma, is dwarves in positions of power, like this one here, Saigon, is demanding that I make 2 low boots, right? They're making a demand. Your characters in Dwarf Fortress are only capable of making demands based on things that they like. Gremlins don't have preferences when it comes to physical items. So, theoretically, it's also impossible for them to make demands. So, not only is it theoretically possible for you to get a mayor that's a gremlin, it's also theoretically possible that you could get a mayor that's a gremlin that is the lowest maintenance mayor you could ever have. Aside from the fact that there's this one, like, wrinkle here that I'm not mentioning, which is they need to eat bones. So if you don't have a stockpile of bones, they will starve to death. So you need to also have bones available for them. So technically, like, that is their demand, is they need a pile of bones. But theoretically, they are the lowest maintenance mayor you could have. Which is just kind of hilarious, no matter how you look at it. So it became a running joke in this chat when we started, like, joking about it. It's like Captain Crunch. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, it's just become a running joke in this chat, which is why Diamond has run with the Gremlin for Mayor account, and, you know, why we have the vote Gremlin emote in the chat and all that crap. It's become a running joke. I'm just kind of stuck with it. Yeah, I don't know anything about running headless streams. But that's why there's an account called Gremlin for Mayor that is streaming a live countdown until Gremlin can become mayor. It's because it's like, I don't know. It's just a running reference in this chat. What's the opposition at Crundle? Oh, that's Primeval. Maybe a Batman? I don't know. Like, what? I guess that would be like against the Spider-Man would be the Green Goblin, right? What does Headless stream? It's basically streaming from a server out of a command line, I think. Basically, a stream that you don't need a monitor to maintain and manage. A stream that you're hosting remotely. Something that you're accessing and managing remotely from the actual machine itself is something that's headless. So like a server where the only actual information on the server that you can see is through a command line, or an external PC is technically running headless. So running a stream headless is essentially just like an automated stream that you can manage from a different PC is a headless stream. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I've done it recently too. Sigma. I'm not going to tell you how unless you want me to, but yes, there is hell, and yes, you can dig to it. You can dig deep enough that you will break into hell. It's DF's endgame. All right, well, it's basically... Chat, do we let these humans up top survive, or do I wait until they're inside too? Is it possible to find some of your deceased dwarves there? No, because, like, usually you would memorialize your dwarves in the format of coffins or slabs, which removes their soul from the mortal realm and sends it elsewhere, and banishes it. Or just elves? No, they live in trees, not in hell. No, hell is, spoiler zone for those of you who care. Hell is found by digging through Redacted, and then once you get down to the lowest possible layers of the world, it's populated with demons that are just like forgotten beasts. They're randomly generated critters with some unique attributes and shapes and descriptions, obviously. But it's basically just like a zone that's just populated with hundreds of forgotten beasts. Elves are the same way. They hide in a certain place. Or not elves. Angels are the same way. They hide in a certain place. And they're just a bunch of randomly generated creatures with different attributes and perks and abilities. And ways of murdering dwarves is the thing that they all have in common, and they're all very good at it and very efficient. All right. I think it's time that we seal this off. Yeah, let's seal this off. I don't really want to fight anybody if I don't have to. All right, this is going to be much more dramatic than my last siege defense because of the size of them. Sorry, where are you going right now, dwarves? I'll say, you better fucking turn around. Here it comes. Here comes the fire. Front door is shut. Now I'm just waiting on top side. Gotta love when playlist shuffle throws in some good metal. What band? Those humans up there by the door are just like really considering their way into this fortress. They're like, this seems like a bad idea. And I'm sitting here going, guys, you're supposed to pull the lever and not let them out. Come on. Is there a layer past hell? No. That'd be the bottom of the map. Well, I guess we're leaving some survivors to go tell the tales of the unstoppable lava wall. And they're fighting with a great horned owl. Well, the door's shut. Because it sucks to be this guy who didn't make it through the door. This human's just like, I could have stepped out, but I'm regretting my decisions. Although I wouldn't want to be any of these humans. This would be hot, smell terrible. Probably very unpleasant. And you can see all the ones that are burning. Trivium? Ah. I only ever listened to the one album that had the song Black on it because that's the only Trivium song I ever remember is there's just the one lyric where it goes Black. Actually, I think the album was called In Waves. Or maybe that's just another song on the album. I do remember the song In Waves, though. Carry Fine indeed. Wild Peak. Trivium is one of those bands that Twitch has made seem like not less cool, but like it makes them seem way more human because they all stream so much. In Waves is actually the song. Yeah, fair. In Waves is a good dishes doing song. Can confirm. Used to listen to Trivium a lot when I worked night shift at McDonald's. And I would do dishes while listening to In Waves. I don't mind Trivium sometimes. They're pretty good. Caffit? I don't think I've ever seen a human named Caffit before. All right, well, dwarves can go back to whatever they were doing, which is working on this mostly. Things are going to start canceling pretty soon because they're digging above that. I actually flooded hell with an ocean once, NetJam Jr. Sorry, I missed that way long ago. The problem with hell is it has these glowy pools in it that are basically like the equivalent. You know how every single facility in Star Wars has an endless pit that never ends that just keeps going down and down and down and down and down? It basically has those. Pretty good for like Sparta kicking somebody into one, but pretty bad for flooding things because water just flows into them infinitely. But I did drain an ocean into hell once, and it did fill up for a second, and it was very amusing, and then it all vanished. So. What happened to the ocean? It got very shallow. Although that whole fort was designed entirely around draining that ocean. In the center of the ocean, I'd actually like popped a hole in it where I could pull one lever and drain the entire ocean and basically just pull a fucking Moses by draining the ocean into a cavern layer, which everybody always asks how the frame rate was. And it's like, well, the frame rate was fine on the fort itself. And then when I pulled the lever, the frame rate would just stop being a frames per second. It was more like frames per minute. But like basically the game would just like lock up and stop responding for like 30 seconds to a minute. And then it would all just happen instantly. Like it would just, the game would just figure it out and just go and everything would happen all at once. And it was fine after that. But basically it would just completely fill up one cavern layer all at once. And then the way I had it set up was that the enemies would then walk through to then go into that area, and then I'd drown them in there. I would have them walk through the parted seas, and they would drown like the Egyptians did in the Tale of Moses in the Bible. And that was the whole kind of gimmick of the fort, was I just wanted to part the seas and then go, man, fuck you, and then drown them all. Which is what I did, and it was entertaining. It also had a lot of my own dwarves at the bottom of it by the end of it, but it was a good time. We had fun. So that fort actually ended with me digging too deeply and greedily and exposing hell, and I pricked a hole in a wall and drained that into hell. The funny thing was the last dwarf left alive was actually a scholar who petitioned for residency, and the scholar was actually a dwarf from a previous one of my forts. And he was just like locked in the library reading. Haven't you ever wanted to Sparta somebody off a building? Aqua? I mean, like, or wish somebody would just get Sparta'd off a building? I think, like, Bobby Kotick should be Sparta'd into a pool. You know, I don't want him to die, but I do unironically want to see somebody like, this is Sparta him off the back of his yacht or something, you know? That would be a good video that I would like to see on the internet. I would pay $40 to watch a video of Bobby Kotick getting booted off the back of a yacht. Big agree on it. Like, I don't know if you could, I mean, Elon Musk is an easy one to point at, but like, it's like if there's quite a few different various big CEOs that I would be super okay with just getting booted off of a yacht with somebody screaming, "This is Sparta." You would pay 500. I like how specific this is. I would pay 500 American dollars for someone to Sparta kick Bobby Kotick fully dressed into a pool. Unfortunately, I don't think, and this is why this will never happen, NetJam, is because 500 American dollars would not cover the lawyer fees for that person after Bobby Kotick finished suing them. So, like, you know. Got to go fund me that stuff. To be fair, you know, if somebody did that and got it filmed and released that footage onto the internet, I would put at least $100 into that GoFundMe to pay for that person's legal fees. At least. That would be a solid waste of money. Someone should like kickstart that. Going to kick Bobby Kotick into a pool. Question is how do we get Bobby Kotick to agree to this? But I will. I would pay 30 American dollars to see someone kick Yves Guillemot, Ubisoft CEO, into a pool. He's not as bad, but he's not great either. That's somebody I'd like to see get kicked into a pool. If he agrees to it, no legal fees. Exactly. We could convince him it's a promotional stunt. And then just only the footage of him getting kicked into a pool and cancel the promotion. But, you know. Paid with exposure? Exposing him to the pool water for sure. Rip humans? Yep. There's so many of them in that corner, it's actually kind of distressing. When you, like, watch the lava just slowly moving towards them, and then you look at this and you see how many of them are burning, and you go, oh wow, this is actually like a really diabolical, kind of terrifying nightmare machine I've constructed. But hey, we got lots of free iron out of it. Can say that much. We're gonna have to knock all these down and then rebuild them later. These are all gonna be iron bridges. Yep, absolutely. Well, you see these? These are drainage lanes, so the whole thing drains out. And then refill it. And do it again. A one-use trap would be mighty poorly conceived. Speaking of for exposure, one of my favorite Twitter accounts got closed down because of Elon buying Twitter. It's a Twitter account just called For Exposure, where literally like all they did was just like tweet out job things and job descriptions and whatnot, where they just don't pay you money, and like people's job applications getting rejected and stuff, and people asking people to work for free and whatnot. All users submitted generally. It makes me real sad because I got so much Schadenfreude out of that account, it's not even funny. People asking artists to like make NFTs for free and shit. Good times. You assumed that I had a way to reset it? Yeah, no, totally. There goes more fire. More humans burning. Should check in on my soon-to-be obsidian generator. I really should. I think we're gonna do that. How goes the digging, dwarves? Going pretty good. All right, sweet. So now that the digging up here is getting done, we can smooth this on the upper layer. Can also smooth this lower layer. I'm also going to cancel this and dig that out. We're going to remove all of these walkways except for that one, because we need that one. But yeah, proper assumption. And honestly, you know what I'm going to miss most about Twitter when Elon, like, drives it into the ground? Is there's a series of Twitter accounts that I follow that are all run by one person. And they're basically just, like, RP Star Trek character accounts arguing with each other on Twitter. I'm going to miss the heck out of those set of accounts, because those are such amusing comedy. And I miss it. I'm going to miss those. I'm already missing them, and they still exist. They haven't gone away yet, but I'm expecting them to at some point, and that makes me sad, because I liked listening to these various, like, different Twitter bots arguing with each other. Oh well. Not all good things last forever, I suppose. Also, I've been staring at this for a while, ErieBR, as if Bobby Kotick cares about charity. Although, you want to know what unironically is my favorite thing that I've ever heard Bobby Kotick saying? Was when he told people to please stop photoshopping devil horns and referring onto his head in his images and referring to him as Satan, because it was making it difficult for him to go out on dates, because people would Google his name and the first thing they would see is him, like, with devil horns next to, like, a bunch of, like, very rude images in Google Images. And when people say that internet harassment has no effect on people, the internet was collectively able to cause Bobby Kotick to miss out on some dates because people kept photoshopping devil horns onto his head. Good job, internet. Yep. It's like up there with one of my favorite all-time Reddit things, which eventually got removed, was somebody just went, this was back when Reddit was just like one big forum, right? When it was just /r all, kind of before subreddits really existed. Somebody just posted a picture of a Nazi flag, just a big old swastika, and titled it Comcast, all caps, and then pinned the comment in the bottom that said, if we can get this above, it was like 30,000 upvotes or something. If we can make this one of the most upvoted posts of all time, this will pop up in Google image search whenever people search for Comcast. And they were right, and it did for a very long time. It was years before it finally went away. Like, literally years. before that stupid image went away. And honestly, hats off. Like, that's the most, wow, well played, I think I've ever been about Reddit. All right, let's do this. Theoretically, I could just use iron too, so. If I run out of Gabbro, we can just swap the iron, that's fine too. Yep, it tracked. I mean, it was just real funny. Because I remember for years, you just go to Google and type in Comcast and just... Let's make some Gabbro blocks. 5,000 of them. It's not like we're short. Some Grabo? What's a Grabo? Oh, okay. I understand now. I was thinking like a weird hand. It's Comcrap or Skylink? Yeah. You know what's funny? Like, I think you're referring to Starlink, right? But anyway, when it comes to satellite internet, Canada has had a military-grade internet, like satellite internet company that also doubled in drone-provided internet, where like they will fly drones that connect to cell signal that beam internet down to areas that need it temporarily. That's existed for like 30 years or something. It's called Skynet. So when people joke about Skynet, I'm like, that's already a Canadian company. We beat you to it. There's a Skynet office in Vancouver too. It's pretty small, but I think they're based out of Ontario. And there's something about that that just amuses the hell out of me. The big, evil, scary boogeyman that people all make fun of from Terminator is actually just a Canadian company. Also, chat, Dwarf Fortress releases in 27 days, 14 hours, and 31 minutes, and 3 seconds. You hope that the next Terminator movie is in Canada? I hope they don't make another Terminator movie, but, you know, I will be disappointed by that. I am one of those people who claims that Terminator is the best Terminator movie and they never should have made a sequel. Like, T2 and T3 are fine. Then they made a fourth one. Then they made a fifth one. And then they made Genesis. And it's like... I know one streamer who streamed off satellite internet, and let's just say his stream randomly went offline a lot of the time. You know, honestly, 27 days is long enough that it's like, man, that looks like a long time. And then, like, you have a long week at work, and then you come to after, like, 4 or 5 days at work, and you look at the countdown timer, and you go, oh my god, 10 days. You know what I mean? Like, it'll go by real quick. They're going to have to dip into something after the superhero movie Burnout strikes. Hasn't that happened already? I feel like all of the normies who aren't super hyper into Marvel or DC stuff have already burnt out. I mean, like, I was a casual Marvel enjoyer for a little bit. And then I just got super burnt out. I want to say around the time the first part... I was completely out of it, basically, by the time the first part of Man, I can't even remember the name of that stupid movie. The one with the big purple dude who snapped his finger and the world disappear. Part 1 of that. I was done. I was done by part 1. Done, burnt out. Don't want to watch superhero movies anymore. Just like at all. Period. Ever. And that's just kind of where I live now. It's like, yeah, I just don't care. Last one you watched, last one I unironically enjoyed, I think, was Civil War. Fucking loved that movie. That movie was great. But would I say it's great now? I don't know. Actually, I think the last Marvel thing that I unironically enjoyed the entirety of was the Daredevil show on Netflix. That was just a good show. I enjoyed that show. Admittedly, I enjoyed the Netflix show, and apparently it's getting some sort of continuation on Disney Plus, but I don't trust anything that like abbreviates to DP. Frankly. Also, I'm not gonna lie, I'm surprised that joke doesn't get made more often. It's like the only thing I can think about whenever I see Disney Plus. It's like the internet's just like ruined me. Why you gotta look at me like that, Nat? The last one for you was Spider-Man No Way Home. You didn't really feel... I only watched the first Spider-Man movie. You didn't feel like a Marvel movie since it didn't have any of the cast for any real duration. Yeah, I watched whatever the first like Marvel's Spider-Man movie was, and I was way burnt out by that point already. I went to go see it in theaters with my ex because she fucking loved Spider-Man for some reason, which I don't know, never fully understood it. Spider-Man was always fine. He always seemed kind of whiny to me, but was never my favorite superhero. So, although if I were to just sit here and be like, what's my favorite Marvel superhero movie in the Marvelverse, it would honestly be like the first Iron Man. Because that first Iron Man movie is something special, and they did a phenomenal job on that movie. That very first Iron Man movie, like I could still just sit down and watch that movie as a standalone thing and enjoy it and be like, yeah, no, this movie fucking slaps. This is a good movie. That is just a fun as hell thriller movie. Like, it's just a fun as hell movie. I don't know how I feel about the Elon Musk cameo in it now, but I mean, wonder if he's getting royalties for that movie. You know, now that I think about it, that would be mighty fucked up if Elon was getting royalties for that movie, yet voice actors in video games don't get royalties. That would be mighty fucked up. He probably does. You had no idea he had a cameo in it? Maybe, actually, I think it might be a cameo in Iron Man 2. No, he's in the first one too, I think. Hold up. Yeah, no, it's Iron Man 2. I was wrong. Yeah, he briefly says, "Happy birthday, Mr. Musk," and then says, "How's the car company going?" And he says, "Oh, we're working on an electric jet." If I'm not mistaken, yeah, it's this scene. I'm pretty certain it like the line literally goes, "Happy birthday, Mr. or Happy birthday, Elon," and he looks back and says something back to him, and then he responds to him. He's like, "So what are you working on with that car company?" And he says, "An electric jet." I'm pretty sure that's the line. This is such a weird thing to do on Marvel's part. Those movies have like ludicrously large numbers of random ass celebrity cameos in them, though. You just won an R-rated symbiote film? Symbiote? I mean, yeah, no, that'll never happen. I mean, like, the closest thing to R-rated Marvel that you're ever going to get, it already happened. It's called Daredevil. And even that was, like, pretty tame for an R-rated thing. Although I miss actual Daredevil. Like, the comics for Daredevil are way further gone than that show even was. Deadpool? Eh. No, Deadpool is Marvel. It absolutely is Marvel. Absolutely is Marvel. Yes, they are doing another Deadpool, and it's gonna have Wolverine in it, played by Hugh Jackman. I think that's his name. Fuck, I'm bad at celebrities. You just remember the baby legs scene? Like, all of, like, Deadpool 1 and 2 is ruined for me because of how well I know Vancouver and the fact that those movies are very much filmed in Vancouver and they don't do a good job of hiding the fact that it's Vancouver. Huge Jackman, yes. Who's actually, like, weirdly short. Yeah, no, Ryan Reynolds put up a video on Twitter recently where he's just like, "Hey, so about that next Deadpool movie," and then he goes, "Hey, Hugh, you want to be in Deadpool? You just gotta put the claws back." And he goes, "Yeah, sure, man, whatever." And then he walks into the bathroom in the back area. So next Deadpool's gonna have Hugh Jackman in it, which is, you know, cool. Hey, Lilo-san. How's your day been? You know, I could just, like, block the emails from this one company, but I do kind of like keeping track of how many Raid Shadow Legends sponsorships I get offered. That's the second one this weekend. Or since Friday, actually. The second one I've gotten since Friday. Jeez. Lamau sketchy indeed. How you doing, man? I'm doing all right, personally. Just chilling with some dwarfs. You get those a lot. They're all from Stream Elements, too. Yeah, well, it's okay. It's been upgraded. It's no longer running on Diamond Destruct's stream. Lolosan, it's now running on the Gremlin for Mayor stream, and it's running headless on Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap's server. And the timer got an upgrade. So it's back up. I'm back online. Music's still playing, still sponsored by the Gremlin for Mayor electoral campaign. Yeah. You have to get surgery done on your hand. Oh no. Surgery's not good. Nope, I don't want to be ramping up these. I want to just be digging. Also, I went the wrong direction. Won't be back at work until next year. Wow. I mean, next year is pretty close, but still, damn. That sucks, dude. Hopefully that estimation is inaccurate and you feel better soon. And lava is fully drained, meaning I can pull this lever and this lever and we can drain the lava out now. I actually don't use stream elements. I'm just on their, what's the word? I'm just on their email list. Allie, thanks for the raid. What's up? Welcome to absolutely inscrutable Dwarf Fortress. What's up, friends? Hi, Jules. And Allie. And Death. How's things? And Gravity. How was your stream? Did you figure out technical difficulties? Sup, Red? You guys want a variety of video games streamed by a lovely individual. Go watch Allie. And thanks for gifting a sub, Death. Cheers, man. To Allie. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. It's a Gatorade, yeah. Definitely not Gatorade. What? Vibes were a bit iffy. Eh. Of course, Dwarf Fortress isn't going to work when I'm still typing in Twitch chat. It's what plants crave? Is that actually like a marketing gimmick that they did for Gatorade? I don't ever recall the it's what plants crave, but... Then what do power plants crave? Was a line from Idiocracy? Oh. Okay. I've never actually seen Idiocracy, fun fact. I've just seen screenshots of it for years. That would be a very... Man, I'm trying to figure out how to like work PowerPoint presentation into just PowerPoint. Nope, it's not gonna happen. It's a running gag in it? Huh. Maybe I should watch Idiocracy. I've always just felt that movie would just make me mad. Which is actually true for a lot of movies like that, where they just kind of make me mad. But to anybody coming over, I'm blind. I stream way too much Dwarf Fortress. And then other games that people have never heard of or don't understand. And that's kind of what I do over here. Although this game's about to become significantly less indecipherable by a normal human being as of the 6th of December. Well, I mean, you don't need to correct me, Burner. That's not your job. That's my job. But I think that we're actually going to change fortresses because I'm just trying to get this construction done. And then we're going to be swapping over to a different playthrough, which is a lot different from this one, with different devices of murder and much bigger constructions with a larger number of dwarves. And sometimes shut the fuck up. Nah. Well. My name is Blind on the internet, but you can call me Greg if you prefer that, burner. If that's easier for you, you can do that too. Yeah. Actually, my tags say it. I don't believe I said that since you got here. You don't know my taste, but I tend to hate stupid movies, and Idiocracy was clever enough that you enjoyed it. Really? I never told you that you had to shut up Jesus. I mean, they did that. They did a pretty good job of that in the New Testament, frankly. Wait. We've got a child in a fey mood. Whitcoat is making an artifact who was born today. Gonna go all the way across. And he's gonna make us a mug, probably. Or a toy. Probably a toy, if I had to guess. Grabs a granite boulder. And another granite boulder. Look at this little 1-year-old carrying granite boulders. Imagine that they just, like, carry them on their head. What do I need? Puppy bones? Hair? Definitely bones. You already got your rocks. More bones? Great. You really just want rock bones? Okay, you do want gems. And metal bars. Oh, boy. I'll feel bad if I, murder my dogs. So I guess we're, oh, hey, shit, I got a weasel. Sweet, that'll be fine. Slaughter that. And let's eat 2 emus. That should be enough. But, you know. Now we just need to wait until they slaughter the animals, I suppose. I can confirm that I'm correct. Fortunately, the emus are close by. Not too difficult to slaughter them. But regardless. I'm almost out of coffee and it's only 4 p.m. This is sad. I'm gonna have to switch to water soon. Yeah, I don't mind stupid movies if they're well-written stupid movies. Like, I've seen my fair share of exceptionally dumb movies. But there has to be, like, a reasoning behind the dumb. If it's just dumb for the sake of dumb, then I kind of lose interest, I find. So, with something like Idiocracy, I can never quite figure out if I would actually enjoy the entirety of that movie. But I've watched some really bad movies in their entirety, and then always just kind of sat there wondering, why the fuck did I do that to myself? Like, I watched all of 6 Underground for some fucking reason on Netflix ages ago, that Michael Bay movie that was absolutely god-awful. Couldn't tell you why, but I did. It was an awful waste of time. Where'd the kiddo go? Where did Whitcoat go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? There you are. Okay, so you're grabbing bones. Emu bones, I would assume. And you're gonna go grab more bones, I would assume? Or are you going? No, you're going in the other direction. Where are you going now? Prop. Hey, we got a brand new baby girl. That doesn't even happen all that often. Chat room. Does anybody want to be brand new baby girl in this fortress? It's first come, first serve. It was a Michael Bay movie. What did I expect apart from the lack of story? The cast was good. I don't know. I come from an era where like Michael Bay was good. At one, like Bad Boys, fucking fantastic movie. But like the cast was solid, and I was like, man, if they managed to get this level of casting for this movie, there must be something redeeming about the movie. And turns out the only thing redeeming about that movie is like was Fast and the Furious-esque car chases driving through historical buildings. Was the only redeeming quality of that fort. You've had so many dwarves in this fort past 10. Here, ABR, how many dwarves have you had? I can't remember. Zero in this fort, apparently. Sure, you can have it. What'd you say? Umbrella? Like that? Or an umbrella. All right. Little kiddo, your mom is Diamond and your dad is the town's mayor. You have tons of half-sisters and brothers, by the way, including several dwarves that are dead and several that aren't. Who's still alive? Paranoid Metroid's still alive. Rory's still alive. Tygo's still alive, and Lil M. Katsu's all still alive. You also have many aunts and uncles in the fortress, and your deities of choice are the Fuchsia, who takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with persuasion and speech. And you also worship Shin Russet Amber the Red Rocks, who's the deity of jewels and wealth, who's also famous with cursing our dwarf Zaloro in the year 121 to be forced to prowl the night in search of blood in Longdeath as a vampire who definitely isn't in our walls anymore, definitely isn't immortal, and definitely isn't in eternal agony and pain. So you picked great gods to worship. You were born today, which makes you very young indeed. Her eyebrows are incredibly high and her lips are very thick. Her hair is wavy and her very long hair is neatly combed. She has an angular chin and her ears are somewhat short. Her hair is a crew and her skin is sandy taupe. Her eyes are cobalt. She likes sulfurite, fine pewter, clear garnet, and amber mussel shell, jute paper, gauntlets and bins, and mules for their stubbornness. And the sound of the satin of rhyming, and the sight of this satiny flower, and when possible prefers to consume cavefish, papaya wine, and pearl mullet flour, and absolutely hates large roaches. I didn't know that you could make flour out of pearl mullet, but here we go. She personally values artwork and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, and dreams of raising a family. She is very stubborn and is curious and eager to learn and doesn't handle stress well. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She doesn't focus on material goods and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she has a calm demeanor. And she has an active imagination and occasionally overindulges. She often feels envious of others and tries to keep her things orderly. And she rarely feels discouraged and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind working outdoors, at least for a time. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the brand new dwarf? Was a pun in Rimworld, probably? Really? Yeah. Pretty sure I gave you a dwarf once or twice in other forts. This one I can't remember because I've been running it for 2 years. I always want to get the numbers right. But I did also state that we were going to swap forts, so I think we should do that before I forget. So we're going to save Longdeath, and we're going to move to a different fort now. We're going to move to our gigantic glass pyramid.